Dear friends, it is a pleasure to join you today from the United Nations headquarters in New York.
Good morning, everybody. I was on very loud, I apologize. That's a very harsh way to wake up, isn't it? Good morning, everyone, and I'm really thrilled to see you all this morning. I think everyone had a morning coffee already, you had your tea. I think we're ready to go. We're a bit awake. And if you aren't yet, don't worry, because we're going to have so many speakers. I'm sure that in a few minutes you're going to be incredibly awake and aware. Welcome, everybody, to the European External Action Service Conference on, and you can see behind me as well, Identity-Based Disinformation in FIMI, countering the weaponization of who we are. And I'm really happy to be back here this year. Who was here with us last year as well? Some familiar faces, good to see you again. I was also with you here today on location, so I'm really thrilled to be back. And I think this year, so last year we had an amazing program, and I think this year we added even more incredible speakers. So I'm really thrilled to take you on a ride today. I think a first remark, don't be afraid to come to the front in your seats if you want. You can do it now, you can do it later during the coffee break, but don't be afraid to come to the front to see the speakers really up close, because they practice so hard. So don't worry to do that. So this year, the world looks a little bit different than it did last year. And FIMI, Foreign Information Manipulation and Interference, is a topic that has become of even greater concern and focus. And I think especially today, what the goal is to share knowledge with each other, but also to build bridges, right? So I hope that's what we're going to be doing and focusing on today with our speakers. It's a hybrid event today. I haven't even looked at you yet because there's cameras in the back for the people that are joining us online. Welcome, everybody. We're really happy to have you. There's going to be a chat open during our panel session as well, but throughout the day. If there's any questions, please show us your questions in the chats, and we'll make sure to ask them to the speakers as well. So everybody's going to be involved today. So welcome, everybody online as well. I'm going to be moderating the entire day with you, so you're going to see my face a lot on stage, and I'm going to be introducing everybody. Throughout the sessions, there's plenty of opportunity to network with each other as well. So during the coffee breaks, please make sure to talk to everybody in the room here. This is your chance to really meet each other. So make sure to do so. Well, I haven't introduced my name yet, have I? So my name is Danielle Jiskoet. I am from Amsterdam. I have been working in diversity and inclusion for years and years. I have my own consultancy in diversity and inclusion, and I worked before with the LGBTQ+ community a lot. I used to represent drag queens and other queer artists, mainly in the Netherlands, but in Europe. So this is a topic that's super close to my heart. So I'm really happy to be working on this topic with you today. And maybe also ask a few questions of my own, because I think I'll have a lot. So I think without further ado, we have an incredible program today, and a full one as well. There's going to be loads of speakers that are joining me here today. For the speakers, feel free to walk around. The stage is yours, but also feel free to take the stand. But you can see there's many people that we're going to be seeing here on stage with us today. There's a panel conversation we'll have in the first part as well, which we'll introduce later. And towards the end, we'll also have a workshop on OSINT. And then there's also going to be loads of interesting breakouts after the lunch break as well. And we're going to be introducing that when the time is there. So a bit of a different schedule than last year, but definitely very worth it to stick around. I also heard there's gifts from Beatrice. So when you walk out, don't forget to take your gift. This is really important to note, I heard. So there is gifts today. So there's plenty of things today for you to take home with you. And I think what is good is I'm introducing you today, but I'm not going to be alone in doing so, because we have someone joining us on the stage first to do a welcoming with you. There's two people joining us, but first I'd like to welcome Aude Mayo-Kulish. She is the EEAS Director for Strategic Communication and Foresight, and she is a great start of today. So again, a big round of applause for Aude. Thank you so much. Take the stage.
For me to use this one. This one? I'll try and see
Well, welcome. It's a great pleasure to be here today. I had not the chance to participate last year, and I was really eager to be here today with you. I would like to welcome all of you who can make it physically, but also welcome all those joining online. It is a big community joining us today. The researchers, the civil society, the governmental representatives, and many that I may forget. I am very happy that we are co-hosting this event today together with Global Affairs Canada. And for those who don't know, because I didn't know 2 weeks ago, Global Affairs Canada is just a Ministry of Foreign Affairs extended of the Government of Canada. We salute Babu, that I had the chance to meet when I visited Ottawa 2 weeks ago. So thank you very much for this collaboration. And really, it is such an important topic that we have identified as really affecting our societies, that it's really good to work together on this. Our focus today, FIMI, foreign information manipulation and interference, targeting especially identity in our societies. It is a crucial focus for several reasons. This area of manipulation of the information is particularly insidious. Distinctions on identity play a significant role in shaping targets, methods, and impact of foreign interference and manipulation information. We must act together as a defender community to stop it. Foreign malign actors are known to exploit existing societal vulnerabilities, to divide and manipulate populations. Women and gender and ethnic minorities, already marginalized in many societies, are disproportionately targeted by information manipulation campaigns. These campaigns may spread false narratives about, for example, women in leadership, reinforce harmful stereotypes, or incite identity-based violence. The attackers did not invent these themes, but they certainly are opportunistic in exploiting them. This is not only exacerbating existing gender and minority disparities, but it weakens social cohesion, making us more susceptible to broader manipulation. And in the end, the purpose is geopolitical. It is about sowing division in societies between countries and partners to drive fractions of our societies towards our adversaries. In 2022, my directorate, EEAS Stratcom, in collaboration with the Government of Canada, the US, the UK, Germany, and Slovakia, it produced a joint report on gendered disinformation. Last year, our Stratcom Directorate held a similar conference that we referred to on the poor outcomes for victims of FIMI attacks in the LGBTIQ+ community and how we, the defender community, can address that subset of attacks. This year, we are presenting the first thematic guidelines on how to carry open source investigations to detect, analyze, documented cases of identity-based FIMI. I think you have the reports there, no? Yeah. These guidelines aim to raise awareness with the OSINT community about the importance of considering identity factors when addressing disinformation, manipulation, and interference. They are also an exceptional practical toolkit to help those affected by identity-based disinformation recognize incidents and campaigns. We seek the application of principle of protection of basic human rights, of human dignity, non-discrimination and privacy to all individuals, no matter their identity, in the information space. Given the significant role identity plays in shaping both the methods and impacts of foreign information manipulation, it is critical that responses to FIMI incorporate a gender-sensitive approach. Traditional approaches to countering disinformation often overlook the specific ways in which identity is weaponized. By adopting an identity lens, policymakers, researchers, and civil society organizations can better understand how foreign actors exploit identity dynamics and develop more effective countermeasures. We at the European External Action Service are determined to consider identity when operating all aspects of our FIMI toolbox. This includes tracing and analyzing using state-of-the-art tools, monitoring gendered, sexist, homophobic FIMI more closely, supporting minorities, strengthening our collective response and response mechanisms, building capacity, and leaning into the instruments that allow us to impose costs on perpetrators. Again, I'm so thankful for the excellent cooperation we have had with our international partners, and Canada in particular, and many others in this room. I now think that as we share this common goal, I'm confident that this gathering and the subsequent work will bolster our common defenses as we explore the various aspects of identity-based FIMI and the intersections of gendered, sexualized, and race and ethnic disinformation. So I wish you a very fruitful day, and that we become even stronger together by tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Whatever you prefer, we're going to welcome our next speaker of the day. And he's already sitting here in front of me, I see. Saliou Babou is the director of the G7 Rapid Response Mechanism. Can I get a round of applause for Saliou Babou? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you. It's a pleasure to see you again here in Brussels. Allow me to extend a warm welcome to our conference taking place today, co-hosted by the Government of Canada and the EEAS on the important topic of identity-based disinformation. I would also like you to point out to colleagues from the Canadian mission to the European Union and Global Affairs Canada, if you could quickly raise your hand so people could spot you and perhaps have a chat with you as well. We have all seen the negative impact of disinformation. Nous avons tous constaté l'impact négatif de la désinformation. It can destabilize social cohesion, exploit societal vulnerabilities for strategic gains, and erode trust in our democratic institutions and practices. This includes the targeting of marginalized groups with the aim of fueling fear and amplifying societal divides. Il s'agit notamment de cibler des groupes marginalisés dans le but d'alimenter la peur et d'amplifier les clivages sociaux. It also includes disinformation to influence elections through targeting complex issues such as immigration. Individuals are also targeted on the basis of their gender, ethnicity, and sexual orientation. These individuals have been subject to harmful attacks, attempting to silence, repress, and delegitimize their identities. Disinformation ultimately undermines our core values, institutions, and societies. It threatens the freedoms and rights we have worked to establish. It seeks to weaken our rules-based international order. This is why we must continue our efforts to counter it. This includes raising awareness about disinformation tactics with an emphasis on protecting targeted populations, as well as conducting research and implementing training and practices to counter it. Today's conference is meant to be an opportunity to share expertise and insights on how to advance our efforts. Allow me to speak about Canada's work, alongside those of our partners, including the EU, to identify and respond to foreign threats facing our society and political system. Canada's Rapid Response Mechanism, the group that I lead, which is part of the G7 Rapid Response Mechanism, was created by our leaders in 2018 under Canada's G7 presidency. The RRM is an open source research capacity that monitors the digital information space for disinformation campaigns by foreign malign actors that wish to threaten our political systems and institutions. Each G7 country has stood up its own capacity to identify and respond to foreign threats to democracies. This work is carried out and coordinated by a team of expert analysts who share the information they find with G7 partners and observer countries. Canada is a leader on the subset of work related to gender disinformation, one of the main topics we'll discuss here today. Let me provide you with a concrete example of where Canada, with its partners, successfully addressed gender disinformation. My colleague Aude mentioned that in 2022, together with analysts from the EU, Germany, Slovakia, the US, and the UK, we collated over 65 global cases of gender disinformation. I would just like to drill down on a few key findings from that 2022 report. First, we found that gender disinformation is an authoritarian tool that used deliberately to undermine and erode our civic institutions by seeking to silence those who work to uphold them. Second, gender disinformation narratives by state and non-state actors most often claim that women are that women are untrustworthy and unfit to do their jobs. Gender disinformation uses false or misleading gender and sex-based narratives to deter women from participating in the public sphere. This can include pre-made doctors' images, public statements, and online articles. Third, hostile actors are emboldened when women step down from their jobs or cease to engage in online discourse after they have been targeted by gender disinformation. The case of a member of European Parliament from Slovakia, Lucia Duris Nikolsinova, illustrates this. In 2020, during the election campaign, doctored documents surfaced that she had been arrested in Canada for prostitution. Those were followed by other doctored images to deepen this false narrative. In this particular case, she was not dissuaded from remaining in public life and remains a member of European Parliament today. Going back to our 2022 report, we investigated the tactics and techniques used by our adversaries, and our findings were published by the US Global Engagement Center with a view to raising awareness about the issue. Allow me to underscore that increasing the knowledge-based disinformation, including how to recognize these falsehoods, is at the basis to counter malign attacks. This is the goal of the RRM. Let me now say quickly a few words about AI, which is making foreign information manipulation and interference in the online space more complex. We have now seen that generative AI can produce high-quality text, images, and videos quickly and cheaply. While AI can be beneficial, it can also create challenges. For example, it has given rise to deepfakes, videos, audio clips, and images that can mimic and manipulate human appearance and voice. This has led to heightened disinformation related to gender, ethnicity, and sexual orientation, which is often difficult to detect and counter. The longer this malign content goes undetected, the more the message pervades the information space and shapes people's views. And hostile actors know and will take advantage of this. In the current geopolitical context, where there are a number of serious ongoing conflicts, the threat posed by disinformation is a clear security threat. Bringing this back to our conference today, we face an increased risk that disinformation linked to gender, ethnicity, and sexual orientation will become more widespread. In turn, this will continue to decrease trust in public institutions and governments. Your important discussions today on how to support victims, advance research, counter hate speech, and increase awareness of disinformation will further advance our collective efforts. We look forward to our continued strong cooperation with both the European Union and all of you here today. Nous nous réjouissons de la poursuite de notre solide coopération tant avec l'Union européenne qu'avec vous tous ici présents. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. While I have you on stage, maybe I can ask you one last question before you depart from me, so you can take a seat. I think just one question that I have for the both of you. What is the ideal outcome of the conference today? So while we're all here in the room and online, what is an ideal outcome? Maybe I can start with you. Thank you so much. That will help, right? Thank you. Okay. You can think for a minute about the question, and then we'll get back. We're waiting for the mics to get started. So the ideal outcome of today, what would it be?
Great. So, well, I think that the best outcome is to reinforce really this defender community with a more in-depth knowledge of the specificities of identity-based manipulation of information. The more we know how it works, the best response we can give. Now, as we have had a lot of research on how things work, not only the identity-based FIMI, but in general, FIMI in general, we know that the greatest difficulty is to find this response. So the best outcome here for me today would be to not only understand how it works, but really start to shape how we can respond, how we can fight.
Amazing. So a how question, right? How can we respond? And for you?
Absolutely, I will echo Aude's comments there. And to me also, I think raising awareness about the issue. This is not something that maybe not people in this room, but most people talk about and think about. Gender disinformation is a real thing that we see. And I think we just need to raise that awareness and also build a community of practitioners. I think is very important. Governments can't do this alone. And we need civil society actors and industry partners as well to work together on these issues to help build our toolbox of responses.
Great, so building communities, right? I want to thank you so much again. Can I get one more round of applause for our opening speakers? That's great. So we're moving on with our program for today, and we said before we're also going to have a keynote speaker that's going to be opening, who is joining us via video. And we have for the first keynote speaker, we're joined by the UN Undersecretary General for Global Communications, which informs global audiences about the state of the world and engages them to build support for the work and goals of the United Nations. Under her leadership, the UN Department of Global Communications engages in far-reaching efforts to address mis- and disinformation and hate speech, and also promote free and independent media. She led the development of the UN Global Principles for Information Integrity, a blueprint for healthy information ecosystems. And we're going to be joined by video by Melissa Fleming.
Dear friends, it is a pleasure to join you today from the United Nations headquarters in New York. My name is Melissa Fleming, and I am the Undersecretary General for Global Communications. My job is to communicate about the state of the world and also to advocate for a better tomorrow. The UN has a vision of all people living in peace, dignity, and equality on a healthy planet. That means equality for all, regardless of gender, sexual orientation, or race. We've seen major advances in some regions: legalization of same-sex relations, self-identification written into law, improved healthcare access for transgender people, and better protection against discrimination and hate crimes. Yet we're also seeing widespread attempts to roll back hard-won progress all over the world. Anti-rights movements are gaining traction. They do so by spreading hateful narratives online and offline. Malicious falsehoods that play on stereotypes to entrench stigma, demeaning and humiliating women, othering transgender and gender-diverse people, and sowing hatred and fear of ethnic minorities, migrants, and refugees. The rise of social media has made this all too easy. Not that digital platforms are inherently bad. In fact, they are powerful tools for change, and they have empowered those impacted to raise their voices, and connected vulnerable people and activists to driving progress. But those same platforms are also used by those looking to wind back the clock, targeting human rights defenders and activists with hateful, violent, and intimidating messages, spreading malicious lies to sully reputations and undermine credibility, hacking, doxing, surveillance, interception. The list goes on. These attacks have only become easier in the age of artificial intelligence. Generative tools without guardrails, known to perpetrate gender and racial bias and discrimination, are deployed against vulnerable communities. Non-consensual sexual deepfakes, mocked-up scenes of sexual violence. Nothing, it seems, is off limits. And the main aim of these attacks? To crush voices, to undermine, silence, and repress marginalized communities, ultimately to shrink democratic spaces, whether it's a female journalist or a political leader bombarded with rape and death threats, a population fed narratives of ethnic hate to justify war, or an electorate convinced to demonize migrants and refugees. It's our democracy, our open societies that suffer. But there's also an added bonus for some. Hate and lies are big business online. Algorithms designed to maximize user engagement boost the most outrageous content, capitulating racist, homophobic, and misogynist views into the mainstream. Trust and safety teams from the platforms who once filtered out the worst of this content have been fired, to the benefit of both platforms and unscrupulous content creators, and all those who profit from adverts that appear alongside hate. Too often we're seeing hatred and lies spreading online, driving real-world violence too. We saw it in July in Ireland when violent clashes occurred at a site designed to house asylum seekers in Dublin. We also saw it in August in the United Kingdom when widespread unrest followed the spread of rumors about the suspect in a horrific stabbing. And we saw it in September in the Republic of Georgia when a well-known transgender model was murdered the day after lawmakers adopted sweeping curbs on LGBTQI plus rights. It is not surprising that this poisonous atmosphere is causing many to think twice about speaking out. Yet there are still many brave voices who refuse to be silenced, who persist with courage, resilience, and commitment, and we owe them a better response. The UN system is seeking ways to make the internet safer for all marginalized groups and to guide action to limit the impact of identity-based disinformation. This September, world leaders met in New York for the Summit of the Future and took a historic step for our common digital future. The Global Digital Compact is the first global framework for digital cooperation and AI governance. It contains concrete pledges by member states to make the online environment safe for all and to promote information integrity, tolerance, and respect in the digital space. At the same time, the United Nations has launched a powerful new advocacy tool and framework for multi-stakeholder action. Our UN Global Principles for Information Integrity are a set of recommendations that are firmly rooted in human rights to tackle the spread of misinformation, disinformation, and hate speech. It is our hope that they act as a beacon for change. We want a more humane information space, one where women, minority voices can speak up without fear, and damaging content is not algorithmically rewarded or monetized. We want platforms to be more proactive against abuse while vigorously upholding freedoms, and to end the business models that profit from online hate and lies. Dear friends, we've been greatly encouraged by the European Union's battles against online harms and welcome this pioneering initiative to focus efforts on identity-based information threats. All of you out there pushing for change, often at personal and professional risk, we see your efforts and we thank you. And so do the vulnerable, the marginalized, and the silenced. It's up to us to keep raising the alarm on their behalf and pushing back against perpetrators and their enablers. With that in mind, please use your time together wisely, connect, confer, and exchange best practices, because together we are building a community around information integrity, one that can lay the foundations for a better, healthier tomorrow. Thank you.
Impacts in a digital stage or on the digital stage. And how can we do that, or how can we do it together? Amazing to have Melissa with us over video today. And I think her words are going to inspire us to go forward with our next conversations as well. I'd like to directly move forward with our next subjects in that case, which is going to be our panel, I think, to further build on the conversation that Melissa just started. We're going to be talking about identity-based disinformation and FIMI, global perspectives and intersections. And I'm not going to be alone on stage for this. I'm going to be joined by a panel moderator with me today. He is the head of Information Integrity and Countering Foreign Manipulation and Interference Division of EEAS. And he was appointed the head of the European Economic and Trade Office in Taiwan in 2019. He completed his mission in August 2024, and I am very honored to have him on stage with me. I will be joining him later for the last 15 minutes or so to answer the questions online and from the audience. So I encourage you to think of some questions for the panel already. He's going to be introducing our incredible speakers of today. Please welcome with me on stage, Filip Ziekorszewski. Filip, the stage is all yours. I'll be joining you for the last 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm impressed that so many people decided to come here. It's not easy to mobilize despite the traffic, despite the weather. We had a discussion with Kasia, sitting in the last row, whether it's raining or not, because in Brussels you never know if it's actually raining or not. I've prepared a few comments to start with, and I'm really proud of my team, of the team of the European External Action Service, that once again brought together people who care, people who take fighting disinformation not as a job, but as a mission. And this conference today is a continuation of what we did last year. Then the focus was on FIMI and LGBTIQ, but this time it's not only bigger in terms of the numbers. You know, you have to have some statistics, some ways to measure. So we have a bigger number of participants, a bigger number of speakers. We are online. People follow online the conference, but this is also bigger in terms of the scope. So one of the conclusions last year was that it's not only about LGBTIQ community that can be a target. That different identity groups that are used, that are vulnerable, women, race, ethnicity, and differences between humans are used by threat actors to create, to amplify divisions. And these divisions, the stereotypes, are then weaponized. We have whole technology to look at this information. We have the ABCDE model. You will find out more about that in this report. which is a practical guide, in fact. But today, we are extremely privileged to have with us 3 amazing speakers who will be guiding us through the issue. And let me invite to the stage first Alice Coffin. Alice. Merci d'être venu. Peut-être qu'on va d'abord s'asseoir and find a place that you like. I'll sit as well. And I'll bring into the stage Nina Jankovic. Hi, dzień dobry.
It's rare that someone says my name correctly. So.
But now will be a real test of my language skills. Anwar Mhaine. Damn it, I tried. Thank you. I have quite a comfortable job because I'll be now speaking highly about the 3 panelists, and then I'll be asking them questions that come directly from my curiosity. So, but I will share this fantastic opportunity with you. So let's do first the introductions. Then we'll go through, let's say, 2 rounds of questions, okay? And then we'll open the floor for questions. Right? So Alice. Alice Coffin is a French journalist and activist recognized for advocacy on gender equality, LGBTQ+ rights, and the fight against disinformation that targets marginalized communities. As a co-founder of the French Association of LGBTQ+ journalists and a member of the Paris City Council, she's committed to countering harmful narratives and amplifying underrepresented voices. Alice is also the author of Le Génie lesbien, a powerful book that challenges traditional gender norms. Voilà. Nina Jankovic, a leading voice in the fight against disinformation and the CEO and co-founder of the American Sunlight Project. Nina brings a wealth of experience, having advised governments, tech companies, and international organizations on this critical issue. In 2022, she led the Disinformation Governance Board at the US Department of Homeland Security. Nina is also the author of the book, How to Lose the Information War, and How to Be a Woman Online, which explore the impact of disinformation and the troubling rise of online abuse, a topic she understands personally, having been a target of disinformation campaigns and online violence herself. And Anwar Mahajni, Associate Professor of Political Science at Stonehill College. Dr. Mahajni specializes in feminist security studies, critical cybersecurity, disinformation, and Middle Eastern politics. She's the co-editor of Critical Perspectives on Cybersecurity and has contributed widely to scholarly and popular media on topics of gender and politics. Is it more or less correct?
Yeah, fine.
Great. Let me kick off with a question to Nina. How do you see the intersection of gender and political power being weaponized through disinformation in the past US elections? Let's start big.
Yeah.
Has the level of severity of attacks towards you and other women working in politics or counter-disinformation shifted since the US election last week?
So definitely a big question. I don't know if you heard, but we had a rather big week in the United States and I would say the world. I'm going to talk in depth about what has been going on with attacks against Vice President Harris and other women who have been running for office in my presentation after the coffee break. But I will note that over the past week, the Institute for Strategic Dialogue noted in their monitoring that misogynistic phrases like "your body, my choice" and others have skyrocketed in their use on social media platforms, over a 4,600% increase over the past week. So that's the sort of rhetoric that we're dealing with. And I'm not texting, I'm looking at my notes. Sorry, guys. This is the world that we live in when we're traveling a lot. And you don't have access to a printer. So there's that. In terms of my own personal experience, so Philippe alluded to what I've gone through in his introduction of me. I used to deal with online abuse before I was appointed to the Biden administration. Some of you may remember in 2022, the Biden administration tried to put together a group that was going to guide policy for the Department of Homeland Security in responding to disinformation. People, when my appointment to that body was announced, used this as a political opportunity and said, this is going to be a ministry of truth. They're going to censor us. And I was pregnant at the time. I say that because people started to attack me, not just as a person, but as a mother. They started to attack my unborn child. My family was under credible threat. We were advised to leave our home. I still receive death threats to this day. But in the early hours of November 6th, when I was up in the middle of the night worrying about the future of my country, I started to get messages on Twitter and other platforms saying things like, "We're going to deport you. I hope you answer for your anti-democratic crimes." And now, since then, we've also seen increased attacks on disinformation researchers. And this is a pretty mixed crowd here, but I think most of us know that many of the leading researchers in this field are women, are people who identify as either LGBTQ or are part of a racial minority. They're people of intersecting identities, right? And I don't think that that is a mistake. I think that that is intentional. I think that if we saw all white dudes leading counter-disinformation work, it would be much less irritating to the people who are attacking us. And I think these attacks are only going to continue. So I'm glad that we are having this event today, having this conversation. I'm sure we're going to delve into more detail in this very optimistic moment for the world.
Thank you. Optimistic indeed. Alice, let's look at it from the LGBTIQ perspective. What is the impact of disinformation for LGBTIQ plus people, and what are the long-term societal effects of IBD? We have an acronym now, Identity-Based Disinformation, IBD, particularly on minority communities. How does this contribute to greater polarization and societal instability? So I have two questions for the price of one.
Yeah. Gonna try to answer. Bonjour, hi everyone, and thank you so much for the invitation. So I'm gonna talk here both as a lesbian feminist activist. I come, you can see, from an NGO called Euro Central Asian Lesbian Community, and as a former media journalist, like you said, pretty much focused on covering how my fellow journalists were covering, investigating on LGBTQ and feminist issues. Answer is not really well, so they were. But about the activism and media part, I want to refer first on maybe a big example of what disinformation is doing to our communities. This is the AIDS plague, and which had a lot to do when AIDS arrived into this world with disinformation, which was really a huge example of how disinformation can cause so many deaths. And it is no chance that the founders of one of the best activist organizations ever, called ACT UP, whether it was chapters in ACT UP New York or ACT UP Paris, which I know better, were journalists, actually. And this is not a coincidence. It's because I think the activists from the LGBT community have the sense that the way they are being described in the media and even before the social media and the mainstream media at the time of the AIDS plague, now even in a bigger way, on the social media has a lot to do with the way they will be targeted, threatened. And this is something we did also with your Central Asian lesbian community and are still doing, thinking that one of the most threatening thing against lesbians were the way they were always kept on fake news and everything. I had a very specific point of view on this a little more than 10 years ago in France when same-sex marriage was discussed. And actually what happened in France was quite horrific, because we had 100,000 persons during 6 months in the streets calling us with very homophobic names, but most of all, the media were going non-stop on that topic and on with a lot of fake news, which even led us to think that fake news was another name, the way of calling minority. I want to focus on this, will be my second point a little more, as a journalist. As a journalist, I think the consequences of the way the media or the social media so badly cover LGBT communities or other minorities, such as, for example, right now, I would say, if I give a French example, the Muslim minority, like enabling themselves as journalists also to do, and I am speaking as a journalist also, to do things they would never do on another topic, like to forget about the basic of their jobs, because it is minorities, because it is a part of the population which is anyway not pretty much covered. So people don't know much about. So it's much more easy to spread lies as a politician, as an influencer, as an intellectual, as a journalist, because not so much information is there on that minority, whether it's LGBT or other minorities. So of course, this is then connected to the way this can be used during electoral campaigns, during elections, because we have no counterpower of the press. It's not playing what they usually do. And I will end by this and leave it for later about the solution, but it comes to this. I think because it's a lot centered on what the journalists think they have to learn, which is the name of neutrality or objectivity, which obviously is something I really think does not exist at all. It's just another name to call the way the subjectivity of powerful people. They are the ones which are entitled to call themselves neutral, objective. All the other ones are not neutral, are not objective, are category considered as being scapegoated, targeted by the news. So I will come back to this later, but I think it's very important to understand it's both on the LGBT community, that's this as or another minorities consequences, but also on journalism and on information, which is so vital for the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice, for this double perspective. As a lesbian and as a journalist, now Anwar, identity-based disinformation often has regional dimensions, especially in areas like the Middle East, and maybe we could focus on that, on the ethnicity and other aspects of regional dimension of disinformation targeting identity. Which are the particularities of identity-based disinformation in the MENA region, in the Middle East? And could you maybe share some examples of how disinformation campaigns have been used to exploit ethnic or gender divides in the region?
Yeah, so hi guys, thanks for being here. It's interesting, I heard a lot of people talk about foreign intervention, right, and foreign manipulation. But the work that I'm focused on is more on when these manipulations happen at the state level against their own people. But not only in the state, but also pro-authoritarian forces that are using this as well to amplify it. So I think in the Middle East, the cases that I'm focused on deal with that level where the state has caught on to the use of social media. You know, we always said the Arab Spring was the Facebook revolution, Twitter, social media allowed that to happen. And now states are becoming more sophisticated, utilizing these spaces for repression, surveillance, etc. But that's not only that. It's not about kind of gathering information. It's about manipulating information, manipulating the discourse and what's out there. So when it comes to gender, honestly, every time I talk to somebody who studies disinformation and I talk gender disinformation, they always like, what is that, right? Really, what is that? How is that different? And it is the case in a lot of places. So in the MENA, there's another, so similar to whatever women here go through in Europe and anywhere else, campaigns are strong. It's related to sexuality, to their qualities as women. LGBTQI communities are particularly vulnerable. However, what makes it unique is there is a few elements. One is the strength of the family unit and community policing. The impact of disinformation that could have actually physical consequences, so the violence that happens online. And we saw in some of the cases mentioned, people were killed because of their identities, but this is amplified. And in reality, even if the disinformation is labeled, like let's say if somebody produces a fake porn video of a female candidate, even if it's proven to be fake, it's still the respectability politics in the community will affect that person regardless, right? The conversations that they have around it. There's also the religious element of it that is very prominent in framing attacks against women. And I'll bring out a few cases. I have plenty of cases. As a true academic, I'm jet-lagged, so I had to write all of them down so I won't forget. So another thing that is unique about the region, we know that according to UN statistics, around 75% of Arab women has said that they have experienced violence online or witnessed violence online. So it's very common online for it to happen. So a few cases, I have plenty, and I'm working particularly right now, I'm working on the case of Iran, the Women Life Freedom protests that I could talk about for hours. But I also wanted to talk about a few levels of gender disinformation, right? There is the disinformation about gender and gender issues, and then there's disinformation targeting people based on gender. So we saw in Iraq recently, there's a law passed that doesn't allow organizations to use the term gender. And around that, there was a huge campaign of misinformation on what the term means, what the purposes of the term. Of course, it's about cultural corruption, etc. But let me start out with like the case of Turkey. Turkey, when it comes to the Istanbul Convention, in 2021, Turkey withdrew from the Istanbul Convention. And that was after a huge campaign that happened from state and non-state actors to push for it, to kind of demonize the convention and frame it in a way that it's more of like Western intervention, attacking family values, it's anti-men, it's promoting homosexuality, etc. That resulted in something politically impactful, right? So we saw that happening at the grassroots. In a sense, there were Facebook groups of men coming together who were upset about a law that gives women custody and alimony laws. So that's the case of Turkey. Then we have Tunisia, which is a fascinating example. You know, LGBTQI activists or women, whether if they identify as LGBTQI or not, it's just something that they use to discredit anybody, even if you're an ally, right? It's used to discredit you. So Rania Amoudoin was targeted in 2021. She was imprisoned for a while. There were online campaigns talking about her, you know, saying that she's a member of the LGBTQI plus community, and she experienced harassment, doxing, etc. For it was a very intensive campaign. Then we had in 2022, judges were suspended under Said's government, Kais Saied. One of them was a woman, but to be fair, it's not only women who are exposed to gender disinformation. And particularly in a context where the male is responsible for the behavior of the women in their vicinity, they're tied to them, they could also be used against them, right? And they could be used as a police force to police these women and their engagement outside of the home or not. So if a brother or father is worried that, let's say, a woman is going to get exposed to all these harassments and disinformation, they will probably dissuade them from going outside. It's similar to sexual violence cases, for instance, when women go protest, and the sexual violence, the purpose is to pull them back into the home, which we also saw happen in Egypt. So one of the judges, Khaira bin Khalifa, was accused of having sexual relations with a guy who stayed in her house because of the COVID. He got sick, there was COVID restrictions, so he couldn't leave, and she was accused of actually having a relationship with him. She was forced to produce a virginity test that was circulating online for a long time. Now, talking about Saudi Arabia, women activists, women's rights activists are always accused of being Western agents, and that's another level of thing that a lot of feminist LGBTQI activists always labeled as like, Western agent, influenced by the West, U.S. agent, etc., Israeli agents, Zionist agents. That's another term that they use. So it is very common, and I'm not even done yet. Saudi Arabia also uses it against female activists who are not Saudis. And the other element is it allows the state to control diaspora and activists outside of the country, and that's another level of control. So we know Muna Tahawi, who is an Egyptian feminist activist, was also attacked by the Saudis online. There's Ghada Oasis, Ola Faris, who are Al Jazeera reporters that reported on Khashoggi's murder. One of them actually, they were accused of sleeping with their bosses for getting salaries, etc., or promotions. The UAE attacked Yemeni activists, human rights defenders. One of them was a human rights lawyer who reported on tortures. So I can go on for a long time. There's Iran, there's Iraq, Syria. So there are multiple cases that bring up kind of the different dynamics there. And I wanted just to highlight the complexity. It's not just where we think of outside intervention. It's more nuanced, and like it has different levels that exist. I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thank you, Anwar. And then thank you for presenting as you said, the complexity of the identity-based disinformation and the impact it might have on the political life. Let's try now to focus on the FIMI aspect, so foreign information manipulation interference, TTPs. So we are among experts, tactics, techniques, procedures. These are concrete elements. Well, again, the report, which is actually a guide how to detect and analyze identity-based disinformation, it's supposed to be a tool that should empower communities to spot and to fight back when they see identity-based disinformation. But for that, we need to know where we are and what are the tactics, techniques, and procedures. So let's focus on that in this round of your talking. Again, let's start with Nina, if you agree. So which actors are behind identity-based disinformation attacks, and especially against women and women in visible positions, positions of power, which tactics and techniques are being used to attack them?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm really glad that Anwar brought up the fact that this is not just about foreign interference, even though we all here are focused on FIMI. I'm pretty sure that every single government or country represented here today has instances of identity-based disinformation being used against marginalized communities and people of intersecting identities in their own countries. Now, I got into this, and I'll tell this story a little bit in more depth in my longer talk, but I got into this because I'm a Russia specialist by training, and I saw in the aftermath of the 2016 election, when we were all so focused on $100,000 in Russian ads bought in the United States, I was interviewing female activists around the Central and Eastern Europe region and finding one thing that united them, which is that they were all attacked by Russia with sexualized and gendered disinformation. And a lot of the way that this happened back in 2016, before deepfake technologies were more accessible, was photo manipulation. And in the Center for Information Resilience report that I'll go through in a little bit, we list 10 TTPs, so I'll go into that a little bit more detail later. But photo manipulation, cheap fakes, is still a hugely, hugely effective way that our adversaries use identity in order to divide us further. China and Russia also do this. In research that I did in 2020, China and Iran also do this. We interviewed women who had been targeted by state-run media outlets from China, Russia, and Iran. All three were journalists. All three had been targeted on sexualized or gendered lines. had been blackmailed in some cases by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. In China, the state-run media went after a scholar who had been uncovering gender disparities in China and talking about the repression of the Uyghur population. So a lot of that there. But I would be remiss if I also didn't say that we have a huge, huge domestic gendered disinformation problem, particularly now as we head into this brave new era of broligarchy, right? We've got Elon Musk at the helm of the global town square that used to be Twitter, which I would encourage everyone in this room to delete their Twitter accounts by tomorrow when the terms of service for that platform are changing and are going to be very useful to Elon Musk, not only to harvest our data for AI, but to bring cases against researchers who are doing research that he does not like in a court that's going to be kind to him in Texas. So just FYI, I think it's an important thing for researchers to get off that platform now as long as we've held out. So it's empowered by these platforms, as we heard Melissa Fleming talk about, but it is also carried out and normalized by politicians. One of the most gratifying parts, if there can be such a thing, of the abusive experience that I dealt with was when I got subpoenaed by Jim Jordan and members of Congress, Republican members of Congress, to sit and do a deposition about my time in government in front of them. And for five hours, they asked me all sorts of questions. And again, not the nicest thing, but the most gratifying thing was that I got to tell them to their faces the way that their lies about me had impacted my life and endangered my family. And when we have powerful people, presidents, prime ministers, elected officials, repeating lies like this and facing no consequences, what we then see is schoolboys who repeat rhetoric like "your body, my choice" and other Andrew Tate incel manosphere-isms, which we're seeing all around the world right now. That is gendered disinformation at work. And it doesn't matter what Russia, China, Iran, or any other foreign actor do when these sorts of ideas and this sort of rhetoric is becoming so normalized in our society, and that's what I'm worried about. I'm getting a little bit emotional as we head into the next couple of years.
Thank you, Nina. Just to say, you do not disappoint as a panelist. The personal stories are, the most impactful because it translates the theory into real life, and we have this report branded as Disinformation /FIMI, basically to address what you said, that it's sometimes difficult to spot where it's coming from, those attacks. Thank you for sharing, Alice. Which actors are behind identity-based disinformation attacks, especially against the LGBTIQ+ people, and which tactics and techniques are being used to attack them?
We've been investigating on this, so one first possibility to answer is very concrete, is to say this attacks are sometimes very well coordinated and linked with different country groups. We have seen this. I think one of the best example was I had a Bulgarian lesbian activist friend who said, "I don't understand. I just saw in front of a little village like this stop gender placards, which nobody here would understand, and it's in English, and I don't understand it." And we've seen, of course, the rhetorics going from one country to one another and spending like this. And this we know where it comes from. I mean, we can trace the money. We can trace, for example, if I take the example of France, we can trace it. We know it was coming partly from the Catholic Church, partly from some Russian money, partly from money from very big investors of France, which were, I mean, basically homophobic. So this is one part we can do. We can trace the money. Then another things to know really where the attacks come from is also to refer to the fact, and I couldn't more agree with what you say, Nina, that it's both, you have the media and you have the way the politicians will use it. And this is nothing new. I mean, one of the basic things in politics, if you want to win, and even before there were elections, if you want to be the king of your your kingdom or anything, is to target one enemy and say, this is the one they're threatening us, let's unite with me and we can fight against this enemy. So this is really all, like in other centuries we've seen this. But now we can see that the way who is attacking, why, for example, this or that community. And there also we have, with the Eurocentral Asian lesbian community, we've been working on some example, for example, in Hungary, in Poland, in Kazakhstan, in other cities, where we could see really that from one election to the others, we were seeing exactly the same really argumentation, same rhetoric, which was huge at one point against LGBT, which had been used before against migrants. So it was just, they were just, switching from one community to another because it was more convenient for the election that time, and many, very often we see that kind of, like you could see against trans people in the last previous US elections. And it would be and every time, of course, there's some specificities on the way they will attack this or that community, but it's really as old as politics. It's really like you target one community and you refer to it's the public enemy that is threatening you. So I think there's a lot to do, that has a lot to do with where that come from, is really basically gaining power and getting a population to vote for you.
Thanks. Anwar, may we now maybe shift a bit the focus to more specific actors, type of actors, the state actors, okay? In the context of authoritarian regimes, how do state actors use identity-based disinformation to maintain control over marginalized groups? Which tactics and techniques are being used in the Middle East, and are they different from other regions? And do you see trends there?
So I think when we're talking about authoritarian states and the use of the digital sphere for control, there's a term called digital authoritarianism. And it does describe how the internet becomes a tool of control and actually enhancing and maintaining the systems. So you don't have to be extremely violent to maintain that system. You can manipulate information in ways that work for you in order to maintain authoritarianism. So as I said earlier, there are different actors. The state is important, and they utilize a lot of technology and people to work. They even hire influencers, pay influencers, and we saw Russia does that and other countries do that, so it's not it's not that unique. They have what we call, there's a study by Leber and Abraham that kind of surveyed, kind of who the actors are, and it turns out that it's not a lot of bots, it's mainly what they call cyber knights. And they're individuals who are pro-regime that are actively promoting the agenda of the regime and actively pushing forward that discourse online. So I thought that was an interesting thing to bring up. So the other thing that these regimes rely on, of course, is the lack of understanding of tech companies of cultural context. So, for instance, I had somebody ask me, from if they should delete a post. Like I was consulting, and it was an Iraqi activist. Somebody posted again an image of her sexually accusing her of sexual promiscuity, etc. And they're like, should we delete it? I was like, duh. like, why are you asking me? Why are you paying money for me to tell you that you need to delete it? Because there's freedom of speech, but also there are extreme consequences. For instance, if a woman has a picture of her online in the US, the cultural context is different, right? It's still awful and it has consequences and implications. But if you're a woman, let's say in the Middle East, and the Middle East is very diverse. So like in Saudi Arabia, their standards of what's considered inappropriate woman behavior is totally different than in Jordan, is different than in Lebanon. So it's very diverse, right? So these tech platforms don't understand, and they don't have anybody that moderate the context that not only knows the language, but also the cultural context that come with it. So that's a big thing that I'm noticing when it comes, even if they're if they mean well, right? If they do want to do that, but they're not investing resources in understanding the cultural context when it comes to moderating these posts. other thing is, it is effective. It's silence. It's more effective than the US. For instance, Nina got attacked, but look, she's standing here and talking to us about how and challenging all of this. But for a lot of women, they either leave politics, it dissuades younger women from going to politics in the first place. They decide to leave online platforms or like have a fake profile or picture of them. I don't know, a picture of a cat or whatever, if you've ever noticed these young kids with and I keep track of what people post online from the region. So that's another thing that is interesting. The other thing is a lot of people use phones, like they use social media a lot in the region. Like maybe a person won't use email or won't use the laptop, but young kids will always have their phone on them, right? And they're consuming social media all the time. So that makes it easier to manipulate what's happening online. Lack of literacy, so who's gonna talk to you about these issues? You don't even have the language to talk about these issues. So again, there are multiple layers to this that regimes are becoming more and more sophisticated, the help that they get from cyber knights, the lack of understanding of tech companies of what's happening in the cultural context that doesn't allow women to report effectively, and when they report, their requests are ignored because people are not viewing it as, it's like, it's labeled as freedom of speech when it's actually very dangerous for these women. The other thing that I wanted to talk about tactic-wise, memes are big when we're spreading disinformation. It's a very common thing. There are ways, Arabic, you can write it in ways that it's not Arabic letters, and for non-native speakers, so there are ways to get around content moderation by using that. Activists are sophisticated, and they started using that when censorship also, Facebook and Meta, the whole company, started censoring pro-Palestine posts and others, so they started using different tactics. One of them is using, for instance, English and numbers to write words. So I can read it, but a lot of foreigners, even if they know Arabic, they cannot read it. They will separate the letters, right? So there are ways to get around these content moderation guidelines, even if and people know about them, and if the platforms are not aware of it, which is good in some cases, but bad in others, right? Because people are using it to go around censorship, but also could be used to promote these posts online. So I think there's a variety of things that are at play there. But I think I'll pause here. I won't take
Thank you, Anwar. Again, you trigger a lot of my curiosity. Also on the responses side, I think we are doing well time-wise. So if you agree, I would suggest another quick round of comments from the stage before giving you the floor. Do you agree? Yeah. So let's do a quick one now on the responses, on the counters, and you spoke a bit about what we should do, what we could do. Starting with deleting your Twitter account. Delete, moderate, be sensible to cultural context, but be also active, be visible, be smart when you deal with censorship. But let's kick off with a very simple question. Nina, how to be a woman online?
Well, you can all buy my book. No, it actually needs an update now for this broligarchy era. But more seriously, listen, I don't normally suggest ceding space to the bad guys, and I just want to be very clear about what I mean with Twitter. This is because of the terms of service change and how it exposes researchers in this space to legal risk. That is the reason I am recommending this and deleting my own account. I withstood a lot of things and blocked 650,000 people on that platform. So anyway, speaking of blocking, there is a plugin that I really like called Block Party. It is what's called middleware, so it works between you and your social media platforms, and it can check up all of your privacy settings to make sure that you're not exposing information that you don't want to expose to the world. It might be pictures from when you were at uni doing questionable things. It might be information about your pets that could, reveal your password. I don't know. Please don't have uncomplicated passwords. Use a password manager. But my point here is we're entering a world of increased digital authoritarianism, increased digital surveillance. This is a really great tool that can quickly help you look at your settings and make sure you can lock down what you want to lock down. And it also allows you, as the name implies, to block people based on their interactions with certain content online. And that makes for a more pleasant experience when the platform is not doing moderation the way that they used to. My point with all of this is that we need to be taking personal responsibility for our safety and security, as horrible as it is, as much as we would like all governments to have a DSA or the UK's Online Safety Act or the Australia's. I don't think we're going to see global coverage of these pieces of legislation. There are people who are actively fighting to get them repealed. And frankly, we've got a race to the bottom at the platforms because Elon Musk has made bad behavior okay. So when Zuckerberg and others want to stop moderating, want to not protect marginalized communities, even though it is in their terms of service and part of their duty of care to do so, we're going to see them doing less and less of that. And so the onus now is on us. And I know that's a hard pill to swallow, especially for this room, but I encourage you to be super safe about that. In terms of what governments and civil society activists can do, I was very, very happy to hear our opening speakers both note the importance of intersectional research. I had somebody from Stanford tell me not too long ago when I was talking to him about gendered disinformation, he asked, but why do we need to separate it out? And the answer is because there were years and years of research done on disinformation coming from foreign actors, coming from domestic actors, that didn't look at gender at all. And people laughed myself and Alexa Pavliuk out of the room when we said that it was a national security issue, right? It is. So we need to keep raising that point and making sure that in every study we commission, there are gender disaggregated data that come out of that study. And then finally, we need to keep talking about this stuff. Again, I know I've said this already twice today, but I will say it again. Events like this used to not happen, like not that long ago. In fact, just recently, I was giving a speech on artificial intelligence, and I spent half of my speech talking about non-consensual deepfake pornography. And when the person who brought me to give the speech saw the speech ahead of time, they asked me to rewrite it with less than 24 hours notice because I was talking too much about deepfake porn. Well, I believe there's too much deepfake porn on the internet, right? So let's keep showing the world how important this issue is. And demonstrating the fact that it affects all of us in ways that most people don't comprehend. That's the most important thing.
Thanks. Alice, what are victims, citizens, civil society doing right now to safeguard themselves against FIMI? You spoke a bit about it, but could you maybe tell us more about what the victims, potential victims, are doing right now to safeguard themselves?
I could give two examples which were efficient. So they are both, first, infiltrate the media or be your own media. Infiltrate the media is not really infiltrate, but I think we need both to make journalists and people who have big egos responsible for what they are saying, and also to create alliances in the newsrooms, in the big techs, and that's why we created the Association of LGBT plus journalists, because if you talk to people who have influence in the media as an activist, they will always think, yeah, of course you're saying this, you're a lobby, you're an activist. Now it's different if you talk to them as a journalist, like, you're my colleague, I'm telling you this is not okay. I'm telling you, you have a responsibility in the way you're doing this. And I'm a lesbian journalist, I can tell you this, because I know you can't fool me with the, yes, but you know, there are some deadlines, you don't understand this as an activist. No, I know the job. So I think it's very important to do that kind of thing. And then the second thing is what we're doing with the Eurocentral Asian lesbian community, which I encourage a lot of people to try to do, is really create your own media. Specifically on the European level, we need something else than political. We need something else than media, which are not covering widely minorities. And for this, it's always better to rely on yourself and encourage really the activists to more create their own channels, their own things. So actually, that's what we're really working on now, because I do believe this is a perspective which could be pretty efficient. Thank you.
Anwar, same question.
Same question. So Can you remind me of the full question?
Responses and counters. Are we powerless? But if you want to talk about how to be a woman online, it's fine too.
How to be a woman online. Yeah.
No, it's about responses. Are we powerless?
So, I mean, with responses, and again, my focus is on the Middle East, and I'm bringing that context. So a lot of it will require a push first for education and educating people, like initiatives to educate civil society groups in the Middle East about these issues, women's civil society groups about this issue. I interacted with some activists from the region who are not aware of what gender disinformation is, and when I explained it to them, they started bringing up all the examples that happened in their lives, and I was like, just giving the context and a way to for them to understand their experience is powerful. I also, like, lots of studies, or one study was done on civil society groups in Palestinian civil society groups. And we know, for instance, Pegasus and surveillance, these groups don't have any checks or like any ways to deal security, like they don't have any backup or methods or tools to protect themselves, even though they know that it happens. So with this information, we know it's happening then, but they don't have the tools to address that, especially civil society organizations, activists, and feminists. So that's important. I think having help with and kind of creating partnership with civil society organizations abroad and organizations that can do the open source investigation thing to kind of bring attention to when these issues are happening and bring light to that. But that's not enough. It needs a lot of work that will push states to kind of create frameworks to address that and pay attention to it. It's easy to regulate deep fake porn. Deep fake porn. I'm jet lagged, that's what I'm going to blame it on. And no coffee. Deep fake porn, it's easier to regulate it. Any image-based kind of things are easy to regulate, but when it comes to things that the state is doing, like content, things that are not considered that radical, then people are not going to examine them and look at them. So I think there's need to be a push to for states to address these from a legal perspective. Again, they need to have an incentive because they're profiting and using that effectively to their own benefits. And I don't know how effective that is going to be. But the other thing is also allowing these women to report effectively these incidents and their reporting to be taken seriously, right? Again, the burden is always on the victim to report these things, but even when they report them, they're not being taken seriously, right? So for these platforms to allow women to be able to report them and actually have the resources to review these posts effectively, fast, and do it in a manner that understands the cultural context. I think that's the most effective thing when you can't trust the state. A lot of these regulations in the EU and everywhere else, they trust the state as a source of security, but what if the state is the source of insecurity, right? Then who becomes the protector? What can we fall on when we can't trust the state? So it is important to kind of think of multi-stakeholder approach to this that decenters the state. I'm sorry, but yeah, not in all contexts, right?
Thank you, Anwar. Coffee is coming. The end of the
I need
session.
my Starbucks though, so.
In a huge mug, yeah. Thank you for this round. Let me now open the floor for questions. How much time do we have? We have some solid 15 minutes.
No, it's good. We have quite some questions that we have online, so we have time for questions in the audience first, and maybe then we can go to the online questions.
Let's do it, yeah.
Should I take one of the mics? Oh, we see the mics there in the back. I don't have to walk at all. That's great. We have the first question over here, and then one in the back as well. The mic is coming right up. Oh, we'll move to the front in a little bit. There was a question then as well. That's fine. Go ahead.
Thank you so much to all of the speakers. Just by way of introduction, my name is Isabella Wilkinson. I work at Chatham House. It's a policy and research institute based in London. I might have written down between 5 and 10 questions, so I'm going to have to prioritize on the fly here. Perhaps I can ask Anwar. I mean, I was really interested by what you were saying in terms of the conflation of narratives around kind of geopolitical identity and state identity with gender-based gender-based disinformation. Can you speak more to the interaction of these narratives on kind of geopolitics and identity?
So when you're talking, could you explain what you mean by geopolitics identity?
Yeah, of course. Sorry about that. So I'm interested in the ways in which, for example, disinformation narratives targeting women might also make appeals to, for example, narratives about, you know, the how comprehensive one's state identity is, right? The othering of those not within that identity group. I'm interested in kind of the geopolitical dimensions here and how that's deeply implicated within kind of the personalized, more kind of intimate experience of national identity.
I think that's a great question, actually, because usually nationalism and national identity is tied to women's bodies and women's kind of, I guess, biased behavior and how respectable they are and how they're kind of considered a site of protection, but also any attack on them is considered an attack on a nation. The majority of the cases, I actually have never seen a case where it was like an attack on all women. There are always, in the case of the Syrians, for instance, whenever the refugee crisis happened and the war happened, there were narratives about Syrian women as Syrian women, right, that existed, especially refugee Syrian women. There were like talks about how, talking about them being promiscuous because they need money, etc., and that brought up the whole marriage that was happening for a variety of reasons in camps, like young girls being married off to rich people in Gulf countries and other cases. I don't know how well aware you are of this. So I think that's the only context where I can think of in that sense. And also now with the attacks on Lebanon, a lot of framework about Lebanese women, there are like jokes and memes about them under the war that I don't want to repeat because they're awful, and I don't even feel comfortable repeating some of that stuff. But these are the two cases that I can think of in terms of kind of combining the national identity with geopolitics and gender identity. But that's an amazing question. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you so much. We had another question here in the front, and then we'll move towards the other sides of the room. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. My name is Álvaro Leart. I'm a postdoctoral researcher here at the Free University of Brussels. So I have two questions. The first one is continuing a bit the thread pulled by Anwar. I was wondering whether the framing of identity-based disinformation as foreign interference or national security does in fact a disservice to addressing disinformation, because I feel that there is a tension then that is not entirely unresolved. And I'm saying this related to the second question, which is that when we talk about FIMI, we very often think of some particular countries. And here I'm thinking, for example, and you mentioned it, the double standards in terms of anti-Ukrainian disinformation and anti-Palestinian disinformation. So I was wondering if you could talk something about that. Thanks a lot.
Great.
Yeah, you make a lot of great points. And one of them about labeling it the state level, there's also societal level disinformation, right? And civil society level disinformation, and that is also very present and prominent. Like for instance, nowadays, a guy could threaten a girl like to go out with him against her own will by threatening to put online images of her, like create fake images of her in situations that the community will view as, not acceptable. So there are ways where even within the community that is happening, and policing within groups that doesn't have to be at the state level. And you are right, when we're just focusing on foreign and state level, then we're masking all these different layers that are happening, that are even regulating patriarchal relationships between people in society. And that doesn't have to be like, a man and a woman. It could be also other girls and other women in the group who are utilizing this for their own purposes. So it's making it easier to do that. And I think that's a great point to kind of highlight the different levels and what we're masking by only focusing on the top down and not focusing also on the different dynamics that are happening. But do you want to?
Yeah, I would just add, I think even when we're focusing on it from the bottom up and looking at it at the societal level, this is still a national security issue, right? Just like when we had a baby formula shortage in the United States, that was a national security issue. Women's issues identity-based issues, our national security issues, or we wouldn't be here and there wouldn't be so many men in the audience. I do a lot of events like this, and it's like 90% women most of the time. And I am tired of talking to rooms full of women. As much as I love them, we need male allies. And if it means that we have to call it a national security issue, even when it's the incels who are posting horrible things to me and young women and their young women teachers, I mean, that's a national security issue too, because we've got adversaries who are weaponizing that stuff. And that is to the detriment of our democracies and the detriment of our collective security.
We had a discussion about that with Bea, whether we need men here on stage. I said yes, yeah, and Bea agreed with me. So thank you for having 25% go on stage men. But why is it a national security issue?
So the simplest explanation is that when we have any cleavage or fissure in our society, that can be used to the detriment of our national or collective security, right? We've seen this used against women who are leading NATO countries, EU countries. I'll go through some of the examples in my presentation. But if we have less strong democracies, less representative democracies, if our adversaries are using these gendered, again, domestic gendered disinformation campaigns to push us further apart, then we're weaker as a result. I mean, immediately after Vice President Kamala Harris threw her hat into the presidential race, Russia roared back awake with gendered and sexualized and racist narratives against the vice president that they hadn't been using for 4 years or had been using to a lesser extent. That's not a coincidence. And I think we can hold both of these things in our hands at once, in our hearts as once, and say that, yes, this is happening at a societal level, it's happening domestically, and when it happens domestically, that is a gift to our adversaries.
Thank you so much.
And I think part of it is we're thinking about different contexts, right? Democracy versus non-democracies, where when you ask, like, there's a lot of feminist scholarship that problematize security framework for women's issues and women's rights. Because securitization, it's the same with, like, creating any framework, let's say, of terrorism or anything to regulate any, it could be abused in a lot of ways to promote surveillance. And I think paying attention to the context is important. So it could be a national security issue, but it's more than that as well.
Great question. Thank you so much. I saw 2 more. We have room for 2 more in the audience, so there's going to be 2 more here. I advise you who has another question in the audience to ask during the break. So can we go and pass on the mic towards the middle of the room? Where do we leave the mic? Is the mic in the back? Oh, the mic's over there. Oh, it's really far away. We're getting our steps in today. Okay. I can't really run, can I? Can you help me out? So it's over here in the middle. Thank you. I shouldn't wear these shoes. Great. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I will make it a comment, not a question. Okay. I'm Aus from Tech for Peace. It's an Iraqi organization working in the MENA region. That we have a helpline. We are partnered with the 3 tech companies, Meta, TikTok, and Google. So if there is anything identity-based disinformation, any real-world physical harm, we can help to take it down. And if there is something, if you made it like some post by women, journalists, activists, human rights defenders, they publish something, we know it's in Arabic. There is a lot of restriction from the tech companies, more than the other languages, as our experience. So we can restore it if it's removed by the automation. And thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. A great comment. So maybe for everyone in the room here, but also for those who heard online, someone a comment of how you can help as well. Thank you so much. We had one more question over here in the audience. Thank you. Great. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks. By way of introduction, my name is Gisela Lomax. I'm the Senior Advisor on Information Integrity at UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, where a large part of our work is a quite innovative, substantive project with EU ECHO, the humanitarian arm of the Commission. And I'll be going into a bit more details on that during the speed dating. But over to my question, and maybe this is a good one to go into the break on. Our work is focused on the harms, looking specifically in humanitarian contexts, specifically refugees, forcibly displaced, stateless populations, and humanitarian actors ourselves. And the practical response, and part of the work with ECHO is developing a toolkit also for humanitarians. Part of that response is working with tech, of course, and the UN, and as Melissa said at the outset, we have long-standing relationships with big tech, the private sector across the board. And one of the reasons I'm here today, I'm looking to get more information and alignment on what levers we can push with tech. The premise is that people in humanitarian contexts, and drilling down, women specifically, LGBTIQ, are the most vulnerable populations and the most vulnerable of contexts. And yet, these are not contexts where big tech are selling ad or making money, and therefore they don't apply even their policies in the same extent that they do in contexts that are commercial markets. One thing that Melissa touched on that could be a lever is ad tech and advertising. So I'd just love to hear the panel's thoughts going into the break and during the course of the day on what are the most effective levers we might be able to push down together. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Who feels empowered to answer it?
All right. So there's a lot of great work being done in the ad tech space. Check My Ads are a great organization that looks at the ways that disinformation and hate are being monetized online. And I think they've made some great strides in uncovering some of the dark money flowing around the internet, encouraging brands to be more conscious about the sorts of things that are that their ads are running next to. All of that's really good. I am a little bit pessimistic about the levers that we can press on tech companies because we are entering into a stage in which not only in the United States, but this is being exported around the world to the EU, to Australia, to Brazil, notably, that any cooperation with tech companies, tipping them off to content, flagging content for them, even saying, be on the lookout for this content that might harm people, that might cause actual violence and offline harm, that is being considered censorship now. That is a narrative that I encourage you all here in the EU to be on the lookout for, because it has been weaponized against disinformation researchers in the United States and abroad to I think, great effect. And I hate to be a wet blanket, but I think we are going to have to use our megaphone to create our own media, to infiltrate media where possible in order to put pressure. That's kind of our model with the American Sunlight Project, because if I were to be found to speak to a tech company, please, if you work for a tech company, do not talk to me today. Because that would be a news story, right? Nina meets in shadowy Brussels room with tech representative. I'm serious. And what we need to do then is figure out public levers for pressure. And back in 2018, when this was first all coming to a head, what really did work is media covering these campaigns and putting public pressure on. And I think that's the only way to do it. There is a little difficulty there, and it's that when we do investigations and we say, oh, look, we found another bot network, we found hate on this platform, I've actually had reporters say, well, what's the story? Because what was grievous and harmful 6 years ago now is the norm. So we have to figure out new ways to tell that story. And I bet that Alice has something to say about that.
No, yeah, two example about this is true enough. I don't think, for example, we've all been suffering from online violences, threats. I had police protection because of this. And it's really strange, like the difference, and I can see it as a politician also, like, if I get my office, physical office, attacked, there will be an article on this. They don't consider yet, not yet, that online threats are real journalism facts. And, you know, like the news is not something that exists. The news has to be, you can move journalists on getting to know what is a news, what is not news, what is a piece of news and not. And by now, I don't think we're at that point yet, where they really consider seriously, they would make a huge noise if those were physical attacks directly or attacks against your professional desk as a politician. They don't do at all the same for the online. And this we have to move. This is first example. Second example is, I will give as a lesbian the way we try to work with tech, because what happens, when you type lesbian on Google search or other names, they will give you porn for cis male heterosexuals, nothing like lesbians, and which links lesbian to be a word which is non-suitable for work. So every time we would send, every group which is called lesbians and would send emails via Gmails or else, we would be completely censored. And like we did a conference in Ukraine once, and mail title was 400 lesbians meeting in Kyiv. And I think people were really thinking we were having a massive sex party. And we had to explain. And this is very difficult because if you have advices, we do it on national levels, like we manage in France, talking with Google, talking with Facebook, talking with Twitter, that they should let us call, because some lesbian groups, they even call themselves rather dykes because they haven't spotted that dykes is also something related to lesbian, so they don't know the word sometimes. But lesbian, they do. So this is also one example that really we're working on very, very concrete things. Let's go on.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elise. We have the last 2 minutes.
For the last minutes, we can take maybe just 1 minute more. We have a few questions coming from online. Thank you so much for sending in your questions. There was one that stuck out for me, and I think, Alice, this is a great one to ask you. Sensationalism sticks in the masses' minds, whereas evidence-based facts data is seen as boring. How can we make evidence and data sexy again? Great question. How do we do that?
Well, first, I think you must not dismiss sensationalism for yourself. Like, okay, as a lesbian, I'm going to use this. If this is the way you have to do. And so that's why, we've been really evolving as activists in our counter strategies. And now, more and more, we say, let's play also along the rules, and if we need to do sensationalism, not on purpose or not anything, but let's understand how this works and how the camera are going to go to be able to get those stories covered, because this is really the most important. Then I would say that you can really make data sexy, like really. And I think this is, once again, by making sure journalists understand, and very, very, very quick example, I had been working a lot on how the women were represented in the movie industry. In Festival de Cannes kept, making selections with only male realizators. And journalists never considered that this was a data which was interesting. Like, I would start my article saying, once again, and my chief editor would say, this is out of the subject. I don't know why you are even talking about this. This is not a fact of news. And now 10 years later, of course, this is major. Like, there would be no announcement of Festival de Cannes selection without saying how many female or male directors. It has become news. I don't know if it's sexy news, but anyway, some news. The data have become important because we have considered that this could help to show the world as it is if we know which number of male or female realizators is there. So this is a kind of a
So maybe to make it realistic, that's how...
Exactly, that they can figure the faces behind it, and that there's really something just not numbers. Yeah.
I see Anwar holding the microphone. 1 minute.
Oops. I'm an academic. 1 minute. I already wasted it. Anyway, so what I wanted to say, I think we sensationalize violence, and I think a lot of people don't see the consequences of disinformation, gender disinformation, in terms of real-world harm and violence. So I think what we need is a lot of data, and I think, I didn't say this. Studies on gender disinformation, even though it's new, there's plenty of it on the West, but less of it in the Middle East and regions around the world. And I think we need to show the connection between what we think as freedom of speech or deregulation and the consequences on human life, the costs of that, right? And I think tying the data to real world harm, to real violence, sexy is the wrong word to use here, but it will be striking and will make people look and pay attention to it. Because we tend to understand physical violence and pay attention to it, but not structural violence, not the subtle forms of violence. And if we highlight that, I think that will be important. Or somebody could buy Twitter again. And
if only. I think we're heading towards...
We need to close, yeah?
We need to close off. But maybe when we do... I hope this is a yes or no question, but probably it's not. And this is a question for Nina. Most of having read your book, says someone anonymous in the chat, and given the outcome of the US election, have we lost the information war?
If we lost, I wouldn't still be fighting it. I would be teaching yoga on Hawaii. So no, keep fighting. It's important.
Great answer.
That's the best way to conclude. You can do both. you can teach yoga and keep fighting. Thank you very much, Anwar. Thank you, Nina. Thank you, Alice. That was fascinating. You proved that it's a national security issue, that it's a crossroad of state, trust, and security. This nexus is fascinating. I enjoyed it very much. Let me join. Join me now in a round of applause to our speakers today. And coffee is waiting for you right outside, right?
Yeah, I need to say a few things before we go. No, you can keep it with you, Philippe. Can I get a round of applause for Philippe as well, please? Thank you. You're an amazing moderator. Thank you so much also for your answers again. We are heading to our break, you're right. When we go to our coffee break, discuss, connect, share some thoughts. For everyone online, take some time to reflect. The chat is open. So at any time, feel free to ask your questions in there. We will answer them when we get the time. We are back here at 11:20. So we'll see you back in the room here then. Enjoy your break. Thank you so much. You
should be, I mean,
We're waiting for the final people to join us into the room. Take your drink if you need to. Finish your conversations. We have a long lunch after, so we can talk a long time. And make sure to take your drink with you if you want. Okay. We have the final people that are taking our seats. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good break. Did Anwar get her coffee? You got your coffee? Is it 3 espresso? Okay, that's good. She's gonna be okay. We're happy with that. Thank you so much for being back here, and everyone online. Great to have you back as well. Remember, the chat is open, so if you want to ask any questions, please make sure to do so. And we are going to move on with the rest of our program. For our next segment, we are going to have a returning speaker who we just had on the panel. So Nina Jankovic is going to join us again on stage, but she's not going to be alone. She is going to be joined by someone else. She's a senior data analyst at Global Affairs Canada, and she uses structural topic modeling and social network analysis to examine social media topics and interactions. So she definitely knows a lot about this topic to tell us about. And the topic that the talk is going to be about is understanding and countering identity-based disinformation and exploration of the evidence base and TTPs. Can I please first welcome to the stage Alexandra Pavliuk. Thank you so much. Speakers over there.
Thank you everyone so much for being here with us today. I must say my honor on this stage is to introduce Nina yet again, of course, CEO of the American Sunlight Project. Recently, she was also called a bit of a folk hero in Canada by a parliamentarian when she testified before Canadian Parliament. But I like to call her the godmother of studying gendered disinformation, because in 2017, she coined the term sexualized and gendered disinformation in her work studying the topic globally, particularly in Ukraine and Eastern Europe. And in 2021, it was an honor to work with her on research formulating an empirical definition of gendered disinformation with the Wilson Center in a report titled Malign Creativity. Canada has been really proud to support research of Nina and of the Centre for Information Resilience on constructing the umbrella term of identity-based disinformation, research that she'll be presenting now that really summarizes the tactics and impacts that are common between all forms of identity-based disinformation. So without further ado, thank you.
All right. So I have to figure out how to work the clicker. The clicker is working. Okay. Great. I am setting a timer because I don't want us to go too far here. So as Alexa said, I'm going to be talking about this umbrella of identity-based disinformation. And most of what I'm going to be talking about today is from a report published by the Center for Information Resilience, which I used to be the vice president at before I started the American Sunlight Project. We have a CIR colleague here today, Francesca Gentile. Francesca, wave. She worked a lot on this report, and she is doing one of the speed dating sessions later. So if you have specific questions, I encourage you to ask her as well. All right, so what we're going to cover today, I want to define and understand this problem. We've talked about it kind of generally. I want to delve deeper into what the definitions are of gender versus identity-based disinformation, how tech-facilitated gender-based violence fits in, because this is a term we hear a lot today as well. And then we'll go into some case studies. Who uses identity-based disinformation, and what are the TTPs that they use? We've talked about this all a little bit. We're going to dive deeper into those case studies. And before I get going, I do not have the time to talk about all of the case studies in the report. There were over 160 that we identified. So if you're interested in countries like Afghanistan or Myanmar, I do encourage you to check out that report. It is on CIR's website. All right, so I promised you before that I would tell you a little bit of my origin story and how I started getting into this topic long ago, back in my day. It all started when I was researching my first book in 2016 and 2017 in places like Ukraine and Georgia. I was talking to women who had been affected by gendered disinformation, and it seemed like we didn't have a term to deal with it. I met Svetlana Zalishchuk, a former member of parliament in Ukraine, who, when she appeared at the UN in 2015, I believe, talking about the Ukrainian women's role in the war, a journalist from an EU country asked her if faked images of her naked were real. And this was because Russia had planted and used the digital nights, to borrow Anwar's term, to make viral a campaign that said, Svetlana Zalishchuk had said, if Ukraine loses a battle, I will run naked down Hrishaitik, the main street of Kiev. This was a lie. The pictures associated with it were fabrications, and yet it followed her to the United Nations with a European journalist asking her if those campaigns were real, dignifying it, demanding a response. I also heard the story of Tamara Chergolishvili, who is married to a Georgian opposition leader, but she in her own right is a mover and a shaker in the Georgian opposition. She is the editor of a prominent opposition publication and is just a prominent member of civil society. And she, along with several other women in Georgia, were alleged to have appeared in sex tapes that were spread and amplified by Russia. Now, in Tamara's case, she was able to prove that they weren't true because, as she told me kind of happily, gleefully, she has a large tattoo of a butterfly on her back that she has had for many, many years, and the woman in the tape did not. But other women who were targeted by this campaign were not so lucky. They didn't have any way to disprove it. And in a patriarchal, religious society like Georgia, this was extremely undermining to those women. And this was all in the context of 2016, right? We were all talking about why Hillary Clinton lost, and in my opinion, seemingly beating around the bush, not really addressing the fact that not only Russia, but many, as we heard from Alice earlier, many mainstream media outlets portrayed Hillary Clinton in a gendered fashion. And so this is when I started to really research gendered disinformation. And you can see the first product of that research in Coda Story. If you look up Svetlana Zalishchuk, my name, and Coda Story, that should come up. But again, this is something that has a real effect on women's political participation. And this is how I started. It was my entree into the space. When we defined gendered disinformation for the Wilson Center study that Alexa referenced, we wanted to separate it out from simply political lies that were directed toward women. And the characteristics that we came up with were that gendered disinformation uses false or more misleading gender and sex-based narratives against women, often with a degree of coordination, and it's aimed at deterring women from participating in the public sphere, right? Those are the three characteristics. And I think that coordination is the key characteristic that deserves more exploration from the research community, how these narratives shift from network to network, how they're coordinated among different actors. This isn't just someone calling a woman in politics the C word, right? It is much more deliberate and insidious than that. How does this fit in with technology-facilitated gender-based violence? And I will explain this picture in a second, I promise. So, TFGBV, according to UNESCO, is any act that is committed or amplified using digital tools or technologies, causing physical, sexual, or psychological, or social, political, or economic harm to women or girls because of their gender. And this is a much broader term, right? And I like to think of it as including the Internet of Things, which is why we've got this picture here. Anybody here watch Silicon Valley? Just a couple people, I'm not sure. This is a great, like, if you want to make fun of tech, this is a great one to watch. So without giving you too much away, these are two kind of hackers, engineers living in an incubator together, and they have a constant, like, ongoing roommate war happening. And Jin Yang, the guy on the left, buys this smart smart fridge that is really annoying Guilfoyle, the guy on the right, and he's very kind of dark humor evil. And so he hacks the smart fridge to display this message to Jin Yang. Now, this is kind of funny, right? Still a little bit gendered there with the terms being used. But the idea, and the reason I put this here, is to remind you all that abusive individuals in abusive relationships do and can use Internet of Things, smart devices, against women, against former partners, against children, right? So that is to illustrate the broader universe that TFGBV is. They overlap, right? Gendered disinfo is a part of TFGBV and that broader universe of harms. But identity-based disinformation is broader than just gender, right? It is a form of disinformation that uses misleading or false allegations relating to identity-based characteristics to undermine, silence, and/or repress marginalized communities and thereby weaken democracies. It, in general, rests on this idea that certain identities are unacceptable to the group that's talking about them. And I made a little map for you because this has been in my head for a while. So all disinformation is this broad universe, right? And then we've got identity-based disinformation, which is a little bit smaller than that. It doesn't include things like, the disinformation that we see about nukes or about ballot counting or whatever, but it's broader than that. And then we have different subsets of IBD, some of which will overlap. Gender and the LGBTQIA plus IBD overlap, racial and ethnic and religious overlap, but they're subsets, right? And we can view them as this broader umbrella. Alexa said when she saw this diagram last night that we're looking up into the umbrella. So I like that. But this is just visualizing it for you. And often we do find that different types of IBD are compounded for people of intersecting identities. So I'm not going to read all of these out to you. We've already seen the gender definition. And again, all of these are in the CIR report. But the different types of identity-based disinformation that we identified based on our literature review and the survey that we conducted of, at the time, last fall, different sorts of IBD that we encountered in our research, they were gender, LGBTQIA+, racial and ethnic, and religious disinformation. Now, there are probably other types of identity-based disinformation. I would say caste-based disinformation is one that comes to mind when we're thinking about the context in India. There are several others, but these were the majority that we identified in our work last year. And as I mentioned, both identity-based disinformation and tech-facilitated gender-based violence are compounded for people of intersecting identities. So if you are a woman and gay, if you are a black woman, if you are a black South Asian woman who happens to be running for president of the United States, you are going to encounter more and worse abuse. And this is carried across several different studies, not only the one that I conducted in 2020, but others that have been conducted since then. It is a higher level of vitriol, a higher level of threat, and simply just more in quantity in terms of abuse. All right, so this study that CIR conducted last year, thanks to the generous funding of the Canadian government, we looked at identity-based disinformation and attempted to identify a snapshot of what this looked like at that time. Now, one caveat is that, of course, last fall is when we started to see the data restrictions for researchers rolling into force on platforms. So where we used to have the Twitter API to be able to really download a fulsome data set and comb through that and use classifiers to get something that's really statistically significant, last fall was when we were first kind of knocking heads with that. And at the time, CrowdTangle, Facebook's social listening service, became less useful. Now it's fully dead, RIP CrowdTangle. But we didn't have as much data to work with. And I think we're all figuring out ways to do that now. But at that time, what we decided to do was conduct a literature review. And then as we were looking through that literature in the background, also identify some contemporaneous incidents while we were writing the report. So it amounted to about 160 data points over a 3-month period. And it was not limited to just foreign malign actors. As I mentioned before, there's an entire section in the report on the US and the UK in particular and their use of identity-based disinformation against their own populations. Tools, tactics, and procedures. There are a lot. Let me quickly go through here. Of course, I mentioned before photo manipulation and context collapse. tale as old as time, right? We've seen this many, many times before. Cheap fakes go a long way. Even if people know that they're not real, they still love sharing them because the idea there is to denigrate the target. Humor and mockery, making fun of women, making fun of marginalized communities in order to get the point across, that mimetic content we were talking about before. The use of whataboutism, not surprising for many of our foreign adversaries. The use and seeding of narratives with international influencers in order to gain visibility, really, really important, particularly when we see foreign adversaries targeting their own populations, but hoping that those narratives pick up broadly in the international realm. Seeding those narratives with international influencers is key. Using English language to make sure that those narratives get pick up. Us versus them rhetoric, we heard Alice talk about this. The use of doxing, in particular in Afghanistan, in Myanmar, we have seen cases of women who are involved in political protests and offline political activity being doxed so that then the result is offline violence, right? And I think this is one of the key things that we miss out in the conversation of online abuse in the West, that when you are doxed, the way you move about in the world changes for the rest of your life, and I can attest to that personally. Hate speech and abuse, fomenting tensions in society, so broadly overlaying gender and identity-based rhetoric on broader tensions that are ongoing. You'll see an example about the war in Ukraine later on, and then more broadly an amplification of conspiracy theories. So we'll go through quickly a couple of case studies here, but as I said, there are more in the report, and certainly Francesca can elucidate more in the talk that she'll give later during the speed dating session. We heard a little bit about the Woman Life Freedom protests from Anwar earlier. Certainly we saw Iranian state and non-state actors using identity-based disinformation during the protests. They were targeting mostly high-profile Iranian women, both within Iran and in the diaspora, people who were involved in human rights, in journalism, in activism more broadly. And the idea was to undermine, shame, and discredit them. We saw photo manipulation and false claims, and as I've already said, it was taking place particularly during the Woman Life Freedom protest. There's two examples here. There's more in our report, but one, on the left, this chess player was falsely accused of not wearing a hijab during a chess tournament as an act of protest, and as a result, she was forced to leave Iran. On the right, a BBC Persian presenter had allegations that she had been raped. So she was not even at fault. Someone else had been alleged to have raped her by a male colleague, and she was shamed and questioned on live TV. Two voices speaking out against the regime who had had their gender weaponized against them. In Russia, we've seen these tactics, and I think they're probably quite familiar to many of you in this audience, targeting not only Ukraine, but the West writ large, our political structures, the women in power who our leaders are, and using all sorts of things, really all of the tactics, tools, and procedures that I've listed. I think Russia has used them all. Here, we'll focus on photo manipulations and context collapse. Russian state and proxies are the perpetrator, and the idea, again, is to undermine women's political participation and to undermine Ukraine and the West, and you'll see how they do both at once in just a second. Again, targets are not only women politicians in Ukraine, but women leaders, particularly in the NATO and EU kind of transatlantic partnership. So these are two examples from Myth Detector in Georgia. If you don't follow their work, they do some of the best work cataloging Russian lies, and they do it under great pressure. In particular, in Georgia, we've seen disinformation researchers being targeted by the state recently, so please support their work if you can. Here we have on the top right a doctored image of Sana Marin allegedly snorting cocaine, clearly a doctored image. On the bottom left, we have what Russia said was going to be a tank donated to Ukraine. Russia loves to use this idea that the EU is full of pedophiles and sex pests, and everybody's going to be made gay because of the EU. And they said that this tank was donated to Ukraine. Actually, this was a tank that was used in the Manchester Pride Parade in 2007. China, of course, is very involved as well in identity-based disinformation, using a whole litany of tactics. In particular, we found and identified a lot of disinformation targeting and about the Uyghur population in Xinjiang. This is mostly coming from government officials and state-affiliated accounts, which I think is slightly different than what we see from other state actors, whereas Iran is, using state media. Russia, you don't typically see, it might be a little bit of a gendered kind of overlay from comments from officials. You don't typically see this sort of rhetoric being, directly from the mouth of state officials. But here we have ambassadors, spokespeople going pretty hard on this stuff, attempting to debunk Western lies. So 2 examples here. We have the Global Times, which is a China state-affiliated media outlet, calling out the whataboutism of the West, talking about Muslims in Xinjiang versus in other places that the United States allegedly is bombing. And then a Chinese official also calling out similar whataboutism here. A lot of times using humor and mockery, this kind of edge, saying, oh, but the US isn't so great, the West isn't so great, but isn't it cute that they care about the Uyghur population right now? We were seeing that fairly significantly. And again, we've also got examples from Afghanistan, from Myanmar, from many other countries in the report. I encourage you to check it out. This is not in the report because it is quite fresh. So with the American Sunlight Project, we joined together with now up to 13 other tech, gender, and civic organizations in the States who are focused on issues related to gender equality or tech responsibility in order to monitor the information space after Vice President Harris entered the race. I had reshared our 2020 Wilson Center study in, I think, the day that she announced she was running. And that study, you love it when an old 4-year-old study gets new life. It got over 2 million views on Twitter within 24 hours. And I think that next week I did probably about 24 different media hits explaining to people the types of narratives that Kamala Harris had been subject to when she ran for president and then vice president in 2020, and that she had continued to be subject to during her term. Now, of course, all of these came roaring back the minute that she threw her hat in the ring. And it must be said as well, that this is not something that is unique to Harris. She gets a lot of it because of how prominent that she is. But this is something that we see up and down the ballot across the United States and across party lines. It affects all women in politics. But I want to dive into it for a little bit. The total pieces of content, so we used Meltwater for this, just because it was the tool that we had access to at the time. We used a list of classifiers, which are from that 2020 Wilson Center report of gendered and sexualized disinformation, along with some key phrases that we knew were used against Harris previously, and key topics that people were discussing during the presidential campaign, including the debate. That being said, there are still restrictions on gathering data via Meltwater. And this number, the 42,000 number, is likely very, very low. They only can pull a certain number of posts per day. So this is what we were able to gather for the 100 days that she was running for president. And these are the 4 key identity-based narratives that we identified during that time. That she cheated in the debate. This is often used against women. She wasn't the only one that was used against. Other women who performed well in their debates for Senate or other positions were alleged to have cheated because how could a woman possibly do so well if she wasn't wearing a listening piece or if she hadn't been fed the questions ahead of time, right? That was an overwhelming narrative. Broadly, that she is unpleasant. And when we say unpleasant, we mean things like, oh, her laugh is grating, or she's too domineering, or she's too soft. All of the things where there is this huge double standard for women where, if it were a male candidate, they would be more likely to view those as positive traits. We saw a lot, although it doesn't look like it here, this is still representative of thousands and thousands of posts, saying that she slept her way to the top, calling her things like Kamala Harris, or to reference Joe Biden and Harris as pee pads and knee pads, and much, much worse. There was merch like this being sold out of Trump campaign rallies. Just really, really sexualized rhetoric that indeed got repeated on the campaign trail a couple of times as well. And then also looking at the identity-based narratives, we had the idea that she isn't a US citizen, this birtherism returning from the Obama era, that her parents, having been born in Jamaica and in India and having immigrated, could not have birthed a naturalized citizen. Very, very prevalent. I mean, top 4 narratives that we identified, right? And again, this stuff came from across the political spectrum. Not just the right wing, but also folks on the far left as well were using it and engaging in it. And my message to American voters, as I was talking about all of this stuff during the campaign, was that, you know, it doesn't matter if you agree with someone or not. I found myself defending Laura Loomer because people were using gendered and sexualized rhetoric against her. For those who might not blissfully know who Laura Loomer is, she's a conspiracy theorist who has been in the Trump campaign's orbit for a while. And in particular, there was an uptick this fall in sexualized narratives that she might be engaged with the former president, the president-elect. And I spoke out against that because I said if we use it against her, others are going to feel more empowered to use it against women on the Democratic side of the aisle. There needs to be an ultimatum that identity, gender-based rhetoric is not welcome in politics, that we are just using disagreements about policy, debates about policy, or otherwise we will continue to be second-class citizens online and off. So why should we care? We've talked about this a lot already, including in the panel before, but identity-based disinformation affects women and marginalized groups' participation in politics. I have done focus groups where I speak to young women who tell me, I do not want a public lifestyle. I see what happens to you. I see what happens to people like Harris or others, and I don't want to be experiencing that. I don't want to put my family at risk. I'm gonna remove myself from the limelight. I'm not even gonna speak my voice online. And that is very sad for me. It's sad for me on a personal level because I remember how empowering it was to get out as a young woman and put the things that I was thinking about in blog posts, on Facebook posts, in tweets. And I think we lose a lot when women in marginalized communities are self-selecting out of public discourse. But it also weakens our democracies and provides a fissure against which our adversaries can program against us. And that is something, again, I hate to have to put it in national security terms. We should care just based on human rights, right, and equality. But this is how you get people to wake up sometimes. And this is a quote that will stay with me for a long time from one of the focus groups that we did with the Wilson Center, which is from somebody who is a researcher herself. She's a member of a identity-based community that often finds itself under attack. And she told us that she just often self-selects out, again, of those public conversations. I think she's now gone fully private on all of her social media because she doesn't feel safe to continue speaking, so she just doesn't speak anymore. And that is why we really need to work together to make sure that we are not only identifying solutions, not only pressuring tech companies, but to provide community for people. And I'll leave you with one last thought before I take a few questions, and that is, when I was going through the worst of my online abuse, I was still in government. The government wasn't doing particularly much to support me and protect me while I was receiving death threats, while I was 36 weeks pregnant. And a lot of the disinformation community stayed silent as well. They were both profoundly disappointing, but the sting of my colleagues having stayed silent, perhaps because they didn't want to get themselves swept up in the toxic sludge, perhaps because they didn't know what was going on, perhaps because they assumed the Biden administration had my back. That was more damaging to me and more hurtful to me long term. So if you see someone going through this stuff, even if you think, oh, she's strong, he's strong, they'll get through it, they've got support, just reach out, send a message. Those words of support really stay with a person for a long time and might get them through what is one of the most difficult moments of their life. And that is a very practical thing that everybody in this room can do because we're going to see more of this in the days to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nina. I think we have space for one question, so seeing if we get a question either from online or from the audience. Is there a question that we have? We have a question here in the back. Great.
Thank you for that very insightful presentation. My name is Marie-Jeanne. I work at Netflix, so I won't talk to you about tech policy. I'm interested to understand from your perspective if there's also utility in looking at the kind of narrative around masculinity and the crisis of masculinity and how that's also feeding into kind of amplifying but also interacting with some of the work that you've looked at with more, I don't know, like the marginalized groups that we typically think of.
Absolutely. Sorry. There we go. Yeah, as the mom of a boy, absolutely. I think that is critical, and I think there are a lot of people who are doing really, really useful work on that. There is SVRI, the Sexual Violence Research Institute out of South Africa, does a lot of work looking at toxic masculinity and kind of de-radicalization of men and boys. I'd also encourage everyone here to look at the E-Safety Commissioner of Australia's website. Julian Mingrant and her team have a wonderful resource called Being a Young Man, or I think it's called How to Be a Young Man online. I was like, hey, where did you get that from? No, I'm just kidding. You know, the problem is, this is coming from a government entity, right? And in Australia, they trust their government a bit more than we in the United States do, but we need to think about ways to offer community, to help young men see their worth outside of making other people feel small. All of these things I think are really, really important, and I don't talk about them because I'm not an expert in them, but B, I do think that there are many organizations that are already engaging in that work, but I'd encourage everybody to seek out those resources that I mentioned because I think they're top-notch.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Nina. Can I get one more huge round of applause for Nina Jankovic? Thank you so much. Thank you. Really impactful speech. Thank you so much, Nina, for joining us. If you want, we're gonna head into our lunch break after our next speakers, and do feel free, please, to ask Nina all the questions that you still have. There is still space also online to ask your questions if you have them and not have them answered yet. So, we're moving on to our next segment with that. And we're going to gain some more insights on EEAS's projects on identity-based disinformation and FIMI. And for that, I want to welcome on stage two incredible speakers. The first is a data analyst at the Data Knowledge and Analysis team within the EEAS Stratcom, who specializes in developing and executing data-driven strategies for analyzing and countering FIMI. And then our second speaker is an assistant professor of media studies at the University of Groningen, which is in the Netherlands. His research focuses on technology, governance, and the role of social media in racism, hate speech, and extremism. Give them a huge round of applause, Beatrice Marin Garcia and Bharat Ganesh. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. I will, as Alexa did with Nina, I will just introduce Bharat because he is the one having the knowledge for this session. Well, I just wanted to go back to last year, actually. In this very room, there were many of us already here that came together to discuss this troubling issue of how foreign actors manipulate the information, what we call FIMI, to attack the LGBTIQ community. At that event, we opened a discussion that it was a crucial aspect of FIMI. We focused on a more human side of FIMI and how it threatens human rights affecting the everyday life of citizens. That day, we also presented a report that serves us today as a blueprint to continue exploring the topic of identity-based disinformation. Sorry, I think you forgot your phone. The attacks against the LGBTQ community that we explored last year's event were just an example of a type of threat that intersects, and has been mentioned before, with many other topics related to, for example, gender, race, ethnicity, or cultural differences. These attacks aren't just against specific groups like women or ethnic minorities. These attacks are against identity itself. And today, we are here to talk about how FIMI uses identity as a vector to spread disinformation with the objective to deepen divisions in our societies. In democratic societies, there are different ways of expressing different types of identities. Within our own borders, we know that identity is already a source of tension, and foreign actors see this as an opportunity and use it to create even more divisions. While certain identities are sadly more frequently targeted by FIMI, by these type of attacks, these attacks could shift tomorrow, targeting also all the groups in the society. So the goal of expressing our identities freely should be something that brings us together rather than a reason to create more divisions and hate. That's why we are all here today, countering together identity-based disinformation, because it shouldn't be something about one identity group. It should be something that involves us, everyone. And it's about protecting our freedom to be ourselves safely, respectfully, without fear, and free of manipulations. Building on last year's work, we identified 3 main lessons that we would like to collect and remember today, along also with the presentation of some tools and ideas to help us to close those gaps in countering this type of threat. The first lesson that we extract from last year, and sorry, I had some slides. I don't know if they are ready. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I have it here. And the first lesson that we extract and we remember from last year's project is that the weaponization of identity is used as a geopolitical element. Victims of identity-based disinformation are double victims because the attacks are not just personal attacks, but they are also used as a part of a larger move to undermine geopolitical opponents. And this is an example from Moldova, really recent. It was some weeks before the Moldovans' referendum accession referendum to the EU. And it's a letter that was distributed to more than 200 Moldovan public officials. They received this letter in their mailboxes. This letter is an impersonation, it's false, and was sent on behalf of the EU, falsely claiming that as from the day that Moldova joins the EU, Moldovan national bodies and institutions are requested to display LGBTIQ flags on a series of dates imposed by the EU. And this example shows how foreign actors manipulate, in this case, the EU's defense on LGBTIQ rights to interfere in national elections and undermine a democratic process. The main goal is basically challenge the EU and increase more divisions within the Moldovan society. The second lesson that we extract from last year is that the responses to identity-based disinformation, or FIMI, lie on a whole of a society approach. Nina mentioned it before. We should be together as a community. We need a broad coalition of governments, international organizations, civil society, impacted communities, victims, academia. Everybody needs to be involved and also coordinated. Every group has a role to play, and we should all put in place mechanisms to coordinate with one another. And today's event, it's actually about this. It's about creating those partnerships, bringing together different groups, different sectors to build this cohesive response. And we are not starting from scratch. We know that there are networks that are already there, so we just need to put them together and use resources that we already put in place separately. And the final lesson, and I will give the floor to Bharat, is that effective countermeasures depend on a strong collective capabilities. First, to detect, and second, to respond to this threat. When it comes to reinforcing the analytical capabilities, the EEAS Stratcom worked on a new project together with the EU Disinfo Lab to give new tools and resources to the community. This tool, these OSINT guidelines, will help the community to detect and document cases of identity-based disinformation using open source tools and methods. You can find printed copies on your states. Also, it's available online on the website of the EAS, on Universities.info. So make this product visible, and you can share it with local networks, with partners, with organizations that maybe they have a limitation in knowing how to counter or how to detect this type of threats. Later also in the agenda, you will see that Raquel Serrano and Maria Giovanna Sesa will give a workshop specifically on these guidelines, so I hope you stay until the end of the day. And then going back to detection capabilities and also responsive capabilities, now I will give the floor to Professor Bharath Ganesh, that he will be explaining what defenses victims of identity-based disinformation and FIMI have at their disposal once they have been attacked. Thank you.
Okay, well, good morning, everyone. I'm Bharath Ganesh. I'm an assistant professor of media studies at the University of Amsterdam. I switched jobs, and I probably forgot to update my biography or answer an email, so it's definitely my fault. But yeah, if you'd like to get in touch, that's my details. So I have the opportunity today to actually talk about a research project that we are developing. So it's very much in the early stages. So this would be a really great opportunity also to get your feedback. So I've been studying disinformation, particularly as it pertains to minority groups and identity for a long time now. And one of the things that I've gotten really interested in over the course of doing this is understanding how it is that platforms and governments have started to respond to this issue. So obviously in the Digital Services Act, we see one version of that response. We see a similar version or a similar set of responses in the UK. But of course, there are responses that are happening all over the globe. And what I'm interested in, and what I hope we will be able to produce with the kind of study that I'm going to outline today, is trying to understand what redress mechanisms actually exist for victims of identity-based disinformation. And so let me give you a little context first. So since 2016, we've seen all kinds of new laws appear. Most recently, of course, is the Digital Services Act in Europe, which is really about setting liabilities and responsibilities for different kinds of digital services and platforms. But we also see other things happening other places in the world, right? In 2019, the government of Singapore introduced a law targeting disinformation. And also in 2018, in Egypt, there was also another law passed ostensibly about addressing disinformation. Now, what we see is that there's a really huge variety in these kinds of responses, and that's going to have real tangible impacts for people working on the ground or within these countries in terms of what kinds of redress they can look for if they've been silenced, if their speech has been suppressed, if they've been victim to some kind of, if they've been victim to hate speech. So we're seeing that there's all kinds of new responses emerging, but there's a huge amount of variability between these different responses. So one of the things we want to know, right, is not just within the European Union, but outside of it, what kinds of avenues are even there to try to get some kind of justice for what's happened, or at the very least, even to have it registered as something that's happened. So one of the things that we're interested in this project is these laws, like the DSA, for example, create responsibilities and also set up some appropriate liabilities. But they also create opportunities for authoritarian control and silencing free expression. So we see that in these kind of different laws that are emerging, and this is a very complex kind of matrix that people working in this area will have to navigate. So the other side of it, it's not just about what governments are doing, it's also about what platforms are doing. And platforms, as we've seen, have played a major role in governing disinformation, and in many cases played a very poor role in governing disinformation. But one of the things that I think has been really interesting here is there's increasingly a reliance on users, civil society, and journalists in particular to do a lot of this work, right? And one of the things we see, for example, if we look at kind of EU codes of conduct on hate speech, for example, it's directly becoming more and more the responsibility of civil society to step up. Now, I think that's a serious issue because, one, platforms really should be more responsible, and we're seeing legal mechanisms come into place, of course, to make platforms more responsible, but that's only in certain parts of the world. But what we have seen platforms do in the last few years, right, is we've seen them engage in content moderation, right, deciding what to take down, what not. But this has been extremely inconsistent, right? And there's a lot of biases in what decisions platforms actually take and what kinds of, for example, identity-based disinformation that they will actually moderate. We also see this kind of increase in trusted flagging, which is also now kind of statutory through the DSA. But we see trusted flagging as a process that incorporates civil society all over the world. But ultimately, it's the platforms who get to decide which civil society organizations are actually brought to the table. So that's another serious risk in this area. As well, we've also seen platforms engage in fact-checking, but we've also seen, for example, with community notes on Twitter and X, right, increasingly leaning on the user base to also deal with that problem. So what we've seen, I'd say, over the last kind of 10 years or so in terms of responding to identity-based disinformation and FIMI are that governments have encouraged primarily self-regulatory responses for platforms and so encouraging platforms to regulate themselves. And I would say, you know, that paradigm is really starting to shift in the last year or so. But just to give you a couple examples, back in 2016, the EU signed a code of conduct on illegal hate speech with a bunch of different tech companies, as well as many of you are probably familiar with the Christchurch call. These are different kinds of mechanisms that are being put in place, but they don't put a lot of power on the tech companies, right? We talked a little bit, or heard a little bit earlier about what kinds of leverage do we actually have, right? And I'm afraid to say I don't think that situation is improving. But what we hope to do with this project is at least identify some pathways that people working all over the world can try to rely on. So let me get into what we're thinking about doing. So, as I said, right, just as a review, we've got different kinds of legal mechanisms. In the EU, there's the Digital Services Act and the Terrorism Content Online. And of course, member states have all kinds of different laws. So even within the EU, there's a lot of kind of complicated things to navigate if you're trying to figure out what can I do if I've been the victim of hate speech, or if you're a human rights organization working on that. Different member states recognize that differently. And that's almost nothing to say as well about the diversity of laws across the world in this area. There's, of course, also all kinds of platform mechanisms. One of the things that I've observed over the years is that all kinds of identity-based disinformation has existed on all platforms. All of it violates their community guidelines, but we see that they're very inconsistent about what actually gets taken down and what gets enforced. That's a really serious issue. We saw sort of between 2018 and 2020 a real rise in the sort of institutionalization of trust and safety industry. But after 22, with the rise in interest rates and new priorities for tech companies, we've seen how precarious and vulnerable that industry also is. So there's all kinds of platform mechanisms, but they're also really unstable. And finally, as I said, more and more responsibility is falling on civil society, watchdog organizations, and it's a real challenge because that's where resources are also really stretched. So we were trying to think about what could be a project that could help address this in a very small way, just one little piece of the puzzle. And so we've put together this idea for a research project on redress mechanisms for identity-based disinformation and FIMI. So the idea is that we're going to survey both legal and platform redress mechanisms across the world for identity-based disinformation and FIMI. So what that means is kind of systematically going through what laws have been created that human rights organizations or civil society organizations can rely on to try to seek justice or try to seek redress, as well as what kinds of platform mechanisms exist. So we'll be trying to identify some laws related to hate speech, disinformation, and fundamental rights, and try to systematically look at that all over the globe. And also try to identify what are the different logics around these kinds of new or changing governance mechanisms. We'll also be looking at platform guidelines and trying to understand what platform guidelines actually apply within these different countries. And then finally, the idea, like I said, is to understand what are the different approaches being taken across the world. So the objective is meant to be somewhat practical. I'd love to write a theoretical paper about authoritarian styles of government and liberal ones, but nobody's going to read that because it's going to be an academic paper, so one day I may write that. But the real objective here is to produce some kind of a toolkit for human rights organizations, NGOs, and any other actors that are trying to find pathways and mechanisms that will allow them to challenge identity-based disinformation and FIMI. So that's the idea behind the project. Now, I would like to sort of end by sort of asking some questions, because this is very much at the start of the project. We're going to be working on this in the next year. But what we'd really like to get an idea to do, get an idea from you, is what kinds of needs for those of you working in these areas would you have? And what tools and information would support the kind of work that you're doing? And what needs would this actually support from civil society? So it's a nice opportunity now to get some feedback and some kind of help from the audience here in terms of how we can go forward with this study. And I hope we'll be able to actually execute this whole project and share with you the findings in the future. Thank you.
I can shout again. No, that's better. Okay, Bharat, did you want to ask the audience now to give some input or give you the feedback when we go during the breaks? What is your preferred way of collecting some feedback?
Now would be great if we have time.
Now is great. We do have 5 minutes, so I mean, should we see if we can get some feedback in online as well? If you want, you can give some feedback via chats. We have all your questions here, so we can also get that in. Maybe, Bharat, let's see if we get something up already. Well, Nina is here, and we have a microphone next to Nina. So, Nina.
Thank you. This sounds really excellent, and as somebody who's done a little bit of work surveying all the different laws, I commend you, and I wish you courage as you go forward. I think the thing from the work that I've done with women around the world that would be most helpful to them is that a lot of this stuff is not in local languages, and it's not easily searchable. So I would encourage you, if you're able, funders in the room, cough, cough, nudge, nudge, to put this into a searchable database that's translated into multiple languages. I think that would make it most effective and most useful for many of the civil society organizations and people affected around the world.
Great.
Great, thank you. And I'm just taking notes.
Okay, we have another remark, feedback over there in the audience on the right. Oh, there's a microphone next to you.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Amelie. I work for IGLIO, the International LGBTQI Youth and Student Organization. And we've been working quite a lot on hate speech and hate crime against LGBTQI young people. So we have been looking at different laws and policies across the Council of Europe region on this. And one thing that we've noticed that I think could be interesting to include in your research is that often LGBTQI young people and minors, when they're targeted by hate speech online, they don't necessarily have redress mechanisms, because if they say to like a parent or a teacher, for example, that they've been victim of hate speech online based on their identity, it would mean outing themselves. And that might not necessarily be safe for them to do so. And this is something that is never taken into account in like platform guidelines and content moderation and so on. So I think this would be a really key point to address in your research. But thank you so much for your presentation. The research project sounds really interesting, and I think it will be very helpful for our work in the future.
Yes, thanks. That's a great point. I'm definitely going to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your feedback. There's one more point of feedback in the back. Yeah.
Hi there, I'm Kate Stana. I'm from Artemis Alliance Counter-GID programming in Georgia, Poland and Armenia. My question actually builds on that. One of the pieces of research that we're just currently doing is looking at the impact of GID on social media on people. And I think
discussed earlier in the panel, actually, that understanding that it's even GID or that it's actually something that is a harm is still something that we're trying to kind of even understand or bring to life that for people's reality. So this is a kind of survey around what people are already doing in terms of redressing, but is there a step before that? Or are you looking, or would you even look at what's the gap in people even understanding that they're being attacked and then even moving towards then therefore readdressing it?
Bharat's taking notes furiously, so that's a good sign. Thank you so much. I did have a question online as well, Bharat. Someone's asking, is there opportunity to send input afterwards? How can they reach you?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Let me put my email up.
I think, I saw it in the beginning, yeah.
But just to the point that was made now, I mean, that wasn't what I was thinking about in the scope, right? It's like, what are all of the mechanisms? So it was very much, there's a bit of tunnel vision I've got going there. I think that's really helpful for thinking about, okay, how do we step out and see whether even these organizations who are working in this area have the resources they need to actually inform and educate about that. So it's definitely something to keep in mind. Thank you.
Perfect. And for the question online, so in order to give some more inputs, there's an email address, Bharat's email address is here on the page, so you can make sure to reach him for more input as well. We'll make sure to put it in chat as well, so that we have it there for people who want to use it afterwards. I think if there's more input you want to give afterwards, there is a chance to still do so right here on location as well. So I advise everyone to reach out and give some input if you have. And then can I close with one more huge round of applause for Bharat Ganesh. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you so much. Thanks. Okay, and with that, we have a lot to process, we have a lot to think about, and we need some fuel to do so, so we're going to lunch. We're going to take an hour or so. Lunch is going to be served downstairs, and it's a buffet. You can walk around, take all the food you want, and also opportunity to connect, so make sure to remember that. For everybody online, we are going to be back at 1:30. So that's when we end the lunch break here. So for you at home watching as well, or in the office, you can take your lunch breaks now. For everybody here, we'll see you downstairs for lunch, and we'll see you back at 1:30. Okay, so we wait for the final people to make their way back to the room. Finish your drink, take it with you if you want. And we'd love to see you back in the plenary room. Okay, everyone. I think most of the people are slowly coming back in again, making their way to their seats. How was lunch? Was it good? Did we fuel up? Are we ready for the next parts? That's good. That's what we wanted, right? For the people at home or joining online or online as well, thank you so much for being back here too. Again, the chat is open, so if you have any questions to ask or remarks to make, please do so. We will be watching at all the questions that are coming in. So welcome back, everybody, and we're going to start with the afternoon session. And there's quite some interesting things that we're going to be countering this afternoon, but also we're going to have a really fun concept that we're going to do right now, which is the speed dating sessions. So I think you can already see, for when you're sitting in the room, that there's different cubicles with people in them. And they are going to be the speakers that we're going to be visiting in a little bit. So, what we're going to do is we're going to speed date for this round, which means that there's different speakers across the room you can choose to go to if you want. And each of the speakers has 10 to 15 minutes to speak with you, to tell their story, or to advise you on certain topics, until you hear a loud bong. And when the bong goes off, we got to go to the next one. There's also going to be a timer, so we know what time we're at. But for the speakers, they get to get their 2 cents on the topic. And when you hear the bong, you know it's time to move to the next speaker. If you didn't have time to visit one of the speakers yet, don't worry, we will have plenty of time. So I think that you'll be able to visit most of the speakers. So you can choose where you go first, and they're all numbered. These are all the speakers that I have behind me. So there's speakers around the room that are numbered number 1 to 8. And you'll see here on my right, we start with number 1. Diana, can you do a little wave to us? Diana is here from her internet, and you can make sure to visit her on the right. We have number 2, Mariam. Hi, Mariam. Number 3, Gisela is right there for UNHCR. Sorry, Mariam, I didn't say that. Please see Price, you're there. Gisela from UNHCR. We have Belen. I'm pronouncing it right. That's good. From Hate Aid, who you can visit. We have Philip, Social Media Lab Canada. Little wave from Philip over there. Francesca, we have over there from the Center for Information Resilience. Hi, Francesca, welcome. We have Leah over there at number 7, who is from IA for Dignity. And then number 8, we have Marta from Weizenbaum Institute. Hi, Marta, welcome. So each of the speakers, you get a chance to visit, and we have a little bit more information about the speakers before you do so, just so you know who you're going to be seeing. Diana is going to be talking about how social media algorithms influence the spread of disinformation. A very, very interesting talk to go to. Is there an equitable digital future for structurally silenced communities? And I think this is a very interesting case to try and go visit if you can. Diana's going to be ready for you. She's going to be talking for 10 to 15 minutes. So make sure to make your way over if you can. We have from number 2, from Mariam, fighting LGBTQI FIMI in an increasingly authoritarian Georgia under new anti-LGBTQI legislation. And she's going to provide the audience with an in-depth update on a recent concerning developments in Georgia, including the latest election results. So if you can, make sure to make your way over to Miriam as well. The third, we have Gisela for UNHCR. She's going to be talking about strengthening information integrity and countering information risks in humanitarian contexts. I think a very interesting talk to visit. So among other things, she's going to be talking about insights and emerging practice from field-level pilot projects across 9 UNHCR operations. A very interesting talk to go and visit from Gisela. We have number 4, Close the Gap, Securing Women's Voices in Politics from Belen. Whether a member of the parliament, climate activist, or local politician, more and more women in politics are reporting increasing online violence against themselves. So again, building also on the talk that we had before the break. So make sure to visit Belen if you can. Then we have number 5, Philip May here in the corner. Philip May is talking about detecting identity-based attacks in online discourse with Communalytic, a research tool for studying online communities and discourse. He's going to be giving a demo on using automated content analysis to detect identity-based attacks in online discourse. So an interesting one to join as well. We have number 6, Leah. And Leah is talking about collaborative AI counters hate. ERC proof of concept project under the lead of principal investigator Professor Dr. Sahana Udupa, hosted at LMU Munich and part of the For Digital Dignity Research Initiative. So if you want to learn more about AI, make sure to visit Leah. Oh, that was switched up. That was number 7. Number 6 is Francesca, talking about gender disinformation across landscapes, findings from Afghanistan, Ethiopia, and Myanmar. So it's going to uncover the main findings from CIR's research into gendered hate speech and disinformation targeting women in multiple case studies. So that's number 6. And then we jump to number 8, because we switched the 2 around. The last one, weaponizing gender disinformation to fuel liberalism, illiberalism, Russian anti-gender frames and their resonance in Germany. And Marta investigates how Russian propaganda uses reference to gender, sexuality, and family values in its information influence in Germany. So that's Marta at number 8. So, we'd love to invite you. Oh, I don't have to go to the next one. We invite you to take a look around the room and see where you're going to start. So again, 10 to 15 minutes you have to visit. So choose wisely, and you will hear the bong when they finish. For everybody online, unfortunately, the speakers are in the room here. If you have any questions for any of the topics, do let us know. And in the end, we'll do a little wrap-up here on the stage. So without further ado, go find your first speaker and enjoy. Okay, you can make sure to go to the next speaker. So make sure to visit the next speaker. can all move towards the next round and find a new speaker. time to move to the next speaker. We have 2 more rounds left. Choose your final 2 speakers wisely. 2 more rounds left. Okay, we're going to our last round. So visit your last speaker of the day. We'll have a speed date. So visit your last speaker. Okay, that concluded the speed dating rounds. Speakers, make sure to finish your last sentences, hand out your handouts. And I'd like to ask everyone to take a seat for our next two speakers. Speakers, also feel free to come take a seat whenever you're ready. And I hope you had a great speed dating session. Am I? I am the timekeeper. Sorry. Okay, I think most people will be back. So before we head to our two speakers for the next segment, can we get a huge round of applause for all the speakers during the speed dating rounds? I had the chance to be present at a few of the rounds, and it sounded absolutely amazing, but I saw loads of people connecting afterwards as well, so I'm really sure that it was a very successful way to listen to some new speakers as well. I hope everybody online is also back with us. I hope you had a good break, and we're continuing on with two inspirational speakers for the next part of the program. And I think we had so many conversations by now talking about what is exactly what we can do. We said in the beginning we want to know the how as well of how we're going to change things. But also we like to know just some more insights on what is exactly where we're going. But inspiration is something that we all need. And this is what the next two speakers are going to bring us exactly. And I'd love to bring up on stage our first inspirational speaker. For both speakers, feel free to stand behind here, walk around if you like. The first speaker I'm going to introduce up on the stage was a cultural attaché in the UK. She held leadership roles at Allianz France and led communications and CSR efforts for years. She audited at the French War College in 2021 and 2022 and was named an Aspen French Young Leader in 2021. Now she is NATO's Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy. Please help me welcoming on stage Marie Doa Besancenot.
Thank you so much for your invitation. Slightly intimidating to be called an inspirational speaker, especially after all we heard. Thank you very much. I'm very, very happy to be here. I was going to be online, and then I was too ill to travel, but then I realized I'm not too ill to walk to the La Tricoterie, so I'm slightly diminished, but very, very happy to be with you. So indeed, my name is Marie Doa Besancenot, and I'm the Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy at NATO, which is a slightly misleading name for the whole Stratcom division, also working a lot on engagement. So for me, it is very humbling to be with you, but also very energizing to be with this community of doers. And I think when you're on the institutional side, this is what you need more than ever, and to be in contact with you. So I think my main message to you is really that identity-based disinfo or information manipulation is something that we know is impacting our work on information threats in a very major way. I would say it's a topic that we're both very keenly aware of, that we are emphasizing in our reports, in our analysis that we share with our leadership, but also with a clear feeling that it conjures a really vast array of TTPs which deserve proper investigation. And I've read the toolbox last night of the EEAS, and I'm really impressed by how generous it is, how detailed it is, and how incredibly useful it is. So thank you, because you're producing those incredible documents are very helpful for small teams like ours, but still very dedicated and very keen on raising awareness with our political and military leadership on what is going on in your community and what we can do to deter hybrid threats, and to reassure them that yes, there are people out there with tools who really can make a difference and that we can help scale up their own efforts. So Nina this morning said, we should be doing this just for the sake of human rights. Unfortunately, it's not always enough, so then let's emphasize the risk approach, that it's a security challenge. So I would say this is where we are at NATO, because our mandate is indeed to focus on security and defense issues. So in a certain way, on those issues, I would say we're like a second tier to you. I mean, the efforts done with the EU. And indeed, our DNA has been less focusing on characterizing hate speech or how it impacts public debate and democracy, and more on NATO-relevant angles, which is really security and defense implications of information threats. And we're there, and I can tell you the allies are very, very acutely aware that these are threats that we're talking about, which is why we have moved away from talking about disinformation to really talking about information threats and characterizing them. But in recent examples, such as the elections in Moldova, showed in a very, very blatant way that those concerns meet, right? That this gender-based disinformation has security and political impacts. And we are very eager to highlight this. The second angle that is very relevant to NATO is the notion of societal resilience. The notion of resilience is extremely central to NATO's work, and societal resilience in particular is something that NATO has been engaged in for a very, very long time, working with civil society, I would say in a rather discreet way, which we are trying to do now in a more assertive way, but also more focused. And you may have seen our call for grants that I will refer to a little later on, but we are looking to support communities helping us make an impact on missions that really resonate with ours. So maybe a few words on identity-based disinfo, a few personal words maybe why I see this as very challenging. Probably because it's so hard to identify it as a political kind of disinfo. And I hope my father is never going to see this video, this recording, but my beloved father is a very distinguished diplomat, and sometimes when I see the kind of things that he shares in the WhatsApp group, the family WhatsApp group, you know, the four kids are always saying, but it's not funny. You know, like this is, and he doesn't see it this way. And it's something we actually talk about a lot in the family, but you don't see that this is political, and this is very derogatory. This is trying to undermine this person. It's not just funny, and I find this is the very big challenge. Maybe it's a generational thing, but not only. Yes, I hope he's never going to see this. One word also on something we've been seeing, but many of you have been writing on this, as maybe the use of deep fakes, which I find also worrying in this respect, because you can say, oh, deep fakes are not picking up the way we thought they would, and now they're being used more for entertainment purposes in closed communities to convince them that they are convince them even more that what they're thinking is completely relevant. So deepfakes which are not posing as reality, but deepfakes which are meant to entertain and to resonate with already existing grievances or political mantras. So this I also see as a risk because we do see a lot of that. And in a way, it's making the topic seem very light when it is really not. So I would say at NATO and in my professional role, we really, really consider that identity-based disinformation is part of the whole strategies used by different actors for geopolitical gains. And in our work with my team, especially the analyst team, we're really keen on establishing the link between those practices. I like to say that information manipulation and interference by foreign actors at NATO is related to 4 things, 4 approaches. One is it's a national security threat. Second, it's a collective defense issue. Fourth, it's a resilience issue. And fourth, it's a societal but also a values issue, because NATO is a values-based alliance. So this is why we are really addressing those threats from this whole of society approach, and this is why we care about identity-based disinformation, because it is obviously related to the last 2 pillars, but also to the first 2. So what are we doing about this? Our allies have solidified a political response to information manipulation and interference during our last NATO summits. This is the big moment in the year when they consolidate and agree the language. At the Washington summit last summer, the allies agreed, the allied leaders, heads of state and governments, agreed that we will continue to develop our individual and collective capacity to analyze and counter such activity, and that in doing so, NATO is closely coordinating with allies and partners. Partners, that is you, as the EEAS, as the EU, as the G7, and its NATO partners across the globe. And we have 2 particularly close ones with whom relationship is so mature and the trust is so strong that we managed to produce joint reports on analysis of the information environment, and that is Ukraine, for very obvious reasons, and soon Japan. In addition to those big statements every year, last month, and we are very proud of this, we just recently agreed with allies on NATO's approach to countering information threats. A big document, it took us a couple of months. The result is it really puts interoperability, cooperation, and whole society approach at the heart of our efforts. And this is what allies have agreed. They understood no nation, no organization can fight this alone. So this is the approach that was adopted. And I'm proud to say that gender-based disinformation is part of the final document at the request of certain allies. There's a standalone paragraph dedicated to it, and identity-based disinformation has been discussed. So it is out there. So we do believe NATO has a crucial role to play in this area, and not just because NATO itself is a primary target for information manipulation, and indeed Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine has shown us just how massive, strategic, and devastating this activity is. And maybe a couple of examples related to Russia and Ukraine, which is NATO's core business right now. And once again, I'd like to pay tribute to the EEAS for this very interesting report from last year on FIMI targeting LGBT community, and where there were very obvious examples of the armed forces of Ukraine being targeted via such narratives. And I can give more recent examples of discussing this with gender advisors, so female fighters from the Ukrainian forces with different roles as gender advisors. We just met 3 weeks ago, and they shared very personal examples of how hard their work was, in addition to being women fighters, simply because they were targeted by campaigns using either photographs of them to raise money for hoaxes, and how the impact it had on their whole family. A young Yana officer, she was sharing an example of her picture going around when she was actually working for the UN in Africa, and the whole story was completely made up, a fake story of her having lost a leg and desperately needing money, and her mother was out of her mind thinking, you lied to me, you're in Ukraine, and she was saying, no, it's not, it's a fake. So the impact is very, very big on their military role. And I can also share, actually last summer, another colleague of us at NATO, working for the NATO Defense College, had her picture all over the social media with a fake article from a German magazine saying, how did she ever become the richest woman in Germany? And then you clicked on it, and it was just a crypto, random crypto website selling stuff. And she couldn't get rid of it, and it's been going around for quite a while. You really feel very helpless, and we see from our colleagues that the ones who are targeted are indeed a lot of female colleagues, but it also happens to LGBTQ colleagues, and we've had that example at NATO with one of our colleagues who was very open about his identity, very free about it, and it's been picked up by Russian state media as a way to try and discredit NATO. So we see this firsthand, and I would say we're really, really aware that this is really a threat, an aggravating threat, because it exposes those colleagues and those military partners to hatred, harassment, and violence. So maybe this is what I also like to emphasize. We understand that we need to do more with the community. We also see that it leads our own people and yourselves to be more exposed. And as a woman working in communications and on disinformation and for NATO, I can tell from my own social media how hard it is on a daily basis. Actually, just 1 month ago, we launched a campaign called Women versus Disinfo, just featuring wonderful women who are actually dedicated to fighting disinformation. Why that? Because I was tired of always hearing that women are more victims of disinfo, and I wanted to show that they were also great actors. And it's very enlightening to see the kind of comments that those videos are getting. So overwhelmingly positive, I have to say. But some incredibly sexist ones on the appearances of women, and especially on comments under the video of a Ukrainian woman who was a former advisor to the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Ukraine, where she was called all sorts of names, but also her physical appearance being used as a way to cast suspicion on the fact that this war is not really happening. Otherwise, she wouldn't look so beautiful. She's obviously still investing in her beauty. Completely twisted narratives to turn the attention away from the war. Maybe a few words about the women, peace, and security approach, which is very central to NATO. How is this related to this topic? That policy is very central to NATO's policy. What it says is that it recognizes that women and girls are disproportionately victims of wars and conflicts. And I think when we're talking about cognitive warfare, this also applies. And actually, interestingly, just a couple of weeks ago, we also had a post on women, peace, and security, and it was criticized online. We were accused of NATO was accused of wanting to turn women into cannon fodder, as if it was irresponsible to link women with war. So these are all just very personal experiences from recent weeks and months, and I'm sure a lot of you have a lot of challenging stories to tell. But the effect, indeed, is what was mentioned this morning, making a lot of speakers feel not comfortable and not safe, and so to silence them. So how to impose costs on actors, and how to support those who are targeted by this activity. Well, first, I just, once again, like to thank you for the toolbox, which I find incredibly useful, and also raising awareness the way we're doing today. How do we work as a community? I think I'm very grateful for events like these, because I really feel that this is a cause in itself. When we live in a world where polarization leads to identities being pitted against one another by all sorts of demagogues, but also used in a very opportunistic way by foreign actors, which we do see. I believe this is a major issue, and we know it's not going in the right direction. So we need this community to indeed stick together. And once again, what Nina said this morning, when you see someone being attacked, just don't let it happen. Online or offline, do express support, because we don't want those voices to be silenced, and now less than ever. And because this community is very dear to us, as I was mentioning, we are developing grants dedicated to support you, and I will conclude on this. that we have just launched a new call for applications for a grants program dedicated to societal resilience, and we are looking for projects from civil society that focus on countering information threats, on women, peace and security, on free and independent media, on human rights and democracy, and fifth is cooperative security, working with the southern neighborhood. So that's 5 different topics, and I believe there's a whole number of experts in the room who could benefit, who would really fit into one of those 5, if not all. So please do share these, please seize this opportunity. As a conclusion, I would just say we do not want to see hostile actors thriving on exploiting the differences between our diverse societies, including the wide range of identities within our alliance. So we have 32 members, and we really believe that this diversity is what makes NATO strong, but also what makes the EU strong, and each of our societies strong. And I think protecting that diversity and the freedoms that underpin them should be a cause for every citizen that cares for this, even if you don't feel that you belong to any minority at all, even if you're not targeted yourself. I really think it's the basis for our democracies. And for someone my generation in her 40s who probably grew up thinking that sustainability and the environment and climate change would be the biggest challenge, the biggest unsolved question of my lifetime, it's a bit peculiar to be in the situation where I'm actually saying this today, but I really believe that what we're doing now is probably the next front line. So thank you for what you're doing, and yes, thank you for the tools, and I hope that we'll be able to support you directly in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie-Doa. Thank you so much. We'll welcome our next. We don't have time for the questions, unfortunately, because the inspirational talks are short. So any questions that you have, also in the room, but also in the chat, I will make sure to share with the speakers after the inspirational talks, so your question will end up with them. But thank you so much for joining us on stage. Can we get one more huge round of applause for our first inspirational speaker? We're moving on to our next inspirational speaker, and the next inspirational talk is going to be held by the EU Ambassador for Gender and Diversity from the EEAS. She started her career at the Dutch Foreign Ministry in 1991. This was her diplomatic career. And she was seconded by the OSCE mission to the former Republic of Yugoslavia and served as a spokesperson for the Dutch foreign minister and the EU presidency before. She became ambassador to Croatia in 2010 and later served as an ambassador to Romania and Moldova before an accreditation as an ambassador to Greece in September 2019. So an extensive CV, we can say. She joins EEAS in 2021 in her current role as the EU Ambassador for Gender and Diversity. Please welcome on stage Stella Ronner-Grubacic. Thank you.
I'm going to have to tell my people that we do no longer share my CV, because it just makes me look so incredible. It makes me sound so incredibly old. I hope not look. So here I am, and as the previous speaker said, it's certainly humbling to be in a room with so much experience and expertise. And then I actually have to say that my challenge is double, not only because I also feel this burden of having to do an inspirational talk, but I am the second one to do it, so it's even more difficult. The bar is already very high, and there are certainly many things that I can echo from the previous speaker, but still, I'm going to give it a try. Let me start just by simply saying I'm quite aware. I wasn't there, unfortunately, this morning because I had other events to attend to, but I'm quite aware that you spent so much time already discussing all the different aspects of identity-based disinformation and foreign information manipulation and interference. So indeed, I do not need to tell you how we perceive FIMI and IBD as a threat to the unity of our societies, and therefore also, I would say, of the unity, a threat to the unity of the EU, as well as to our democracies. And I could even widen it by saying, and our rules-based international order, right? because these are really all founded on human rights and our fundamental values. And I'm saying this with a little bit of emphasis because I'm also Deputy Managing Director in the EEAS, responsible for human rights and democracy. So the work that you do and that I do, I see it as truly fundamental to our today's societies. And let's not make a mistake about the fact that the actors that we see active in this field are not only foreign or external. We have them in our own societies as well. But since I was asked to give this inspirational talk as representing the EEAS, I would like really to focus my introduction on one key notion, and that is, and it's reflecting also a little bit what the previous speaker said, gender equality, and therefore also identity-based disinformation should be seen as security issues. And therefore, working to realize gender equality is an essential part of our work on security. And more particularly, of course, what we are talking about here is human security. Traditionally, and it's certainly something that I can say, I see it in my current position in the EEAS, we basically see and sort of talk in our discussions, in our political debates or policy discussions, in ways of dividing. Whether it concerns Ukraine or the Middle East, of course, conflict now, we basically make a distinction between the so-called soft issues like gender and equality, and on the other side, the so-called hard security and defense issues. But we must become aware that the lack of gender equality is an indicator of authoritarianism and that it goes hand in hand with a decline of democracy. And I would like to add to that we often hear that peace agreements last longer when women have been included in the peace negotiations. This is actually a very often recurring argument that I hear also in the discussions that I have in the UN and other multilateral fora. But what is really less well known and less said is the existing correlation between gender inequality and the stability or the lack thereof of a state. Put differently, gender-equal states are less likely to resort to military force in resolving conflicts than gender-equal states. So gender equality is not only a value, it is a strategic interest and it must be recognized as that. And as long as we do not do this, we are vulnerable to the objective of IBD actors, namely to divide us by exploiting our very identities. Be it, and I think that should also be underlined, on the basis of racial or ethnic origin, religion, gender, sexual orientation, or gender identity. Actors within and beyond our borders seek really to destabilize our societies and undermine our institutions through, indeed, gender disinformation or campaigns against the LGBTIQ community, which was a particular topic of research of my colleagues in the Stratcom division. So, not new, I'm not saying anything new, but social media amplified their reach and made them more pervasive and insidious. And recent elections, Marie-Do was also referring to that. In recent elections, we saw foreign-backed entities spreading false narratives against LGBTIQ communities, spreading disinformation about political candidates, and deploying, indeed, deep fakes to destabilize elections or encourage abstention. And their tactic is relatively simple and effective. To turn our diverse societies into fractured communities. Again, I'm going over some things that were mentioned, but maybe a little bit more particularly what we saw, for instance, in Moldova, where President Maia Sandu was fighting for her own election as president, but also for bringing Moldova into, or at least on the track to the EU. She faced really gendered disinformation campaigns, where sexist narratives were used to discredit, on the one hand, her candidacy and impersonate her voice, where indeed AI was used to destabilize her government, but also to influence the outcome of this constitutional referendum about Moldova's EU integration. And when you see that indeed there was just a small margin of only 10,000 votes that determined the pro-EU decision of Moldova, it gives you very clear evidence of how closely democracy and disinformation threats are really intertwined. Of course, we've also seen recently Georgia, where the ruling party adopted an anti-LGBTIQ package, which was fueling anti-EU narratives just before the elections, and thus exploited, with which divisive issues were exploited for political gain. And this really illustrates how foreign interference seeks to fracture a society where political tools are being are instrumentalizing identities. And as the previous speaker also said, this is not only, and I think this is important to underline, a direct attack on a person's sense of belonging, but really an illustration of how the personal becomes political. And what is important here really to recognize is that targeting a person or community is actually a way of targeting a state or its institutions. So indeed, for some time in the EEAS, we've been aware of how important it is to take the lead in highlighting how the threat to democracy is linked with identity-based disinformation. And it is really clear to all of us that we need to increase further our awareness and make sure that we are better equipped to tackle especially online disinformation campaigns. So we are living in a time of digital tools and tactics, of online techniques and procedures, and of AI. And all of this is becoming more and more sophisticated, which is accelerating and spurring the possibility to silence women. Indeed, in the first place, they are particularly targeted, but also indeed LGBTIQ persons and other groups in our society in all spheres of life, indeed ranging from the political life to the very private domain. Now, we had about, I think, a year or two ago, the EU Digital Services Act being adopted. And of course, we are, I think, we have a right to be proud of it because it really is a landmark step towards holding platforms accountable for harmful content. And this is actually being complemented by the Code of Practice. But we cannot stop here. I mean, clearly, regulation and legislation is important, but an important part of our defense actually resides with our people and their diversity. And that is to say, really, with you, all of you here. Because the truth really is, it takes indeed a whole community, and everyone belongs. And it's inspiring to see that the online world and social media is also a space for hope and for humanity and for support. And of course, let me just mention towards the end, I see the moderator already standing up, but of course it's crucial that we do a posteriori fact-checking, but so is building the capacity of citizens, including through media and digital literacy, to help preventively debunk all these divisive narratives. And this is where work and your work is crucial, because the reality really is that anti-gender movements and hybrid threats and hybrid threat actors, sorry, have a bottomless pit of cash. This is also something I think that we have to underline and we have to have it in our mind. We're not just talking about narratives, is what I often hear. We really have to be aware that there is a lot of money going on there, and that unfortunately we also know it's not only coming from, we say, the eastern part to the east of Europe. It's also coming from very different directions. So these rely on algorithm models that boost hateful comment and on bot farms and fake accounts to promote it. In short, again, they exploit the system and its vulnerabilities. But what they do not have is the courage to uphold human rights, our values, and our belief in a system that is based on rights and not on might or hatred. And fighting for this system may come at a high cost. And to a certain extent, I mean that literally, but I also mean it mentally and emotionally, and sometimes even physically. I'm also aware of that. And I also know that at times this fight can be very demotivating. Yet, we also all know that if we allow these spaces where the threats are pervasive to be empty, we will allow those actors to enter. So the more resilient and informed our societies, the less susceptible we are to these manipulative tactics. Therefore, I cannot stress enough how incredibly important your work is. And in conclusion, I would really urge all of you, policymakers, independent journalists, researchers, activists, but also simply you as citizens, to stand together against identity-based disinformation and FIMI. And the key message of my inspirational talk really is our strength against identity-based disinformation and foreign information manipulation and interference consists of diversity and inclusion. And embracing diverse voices counters the narratives that these tactics spread and therefore constitute a fundamental element of our human security. Thank you. I hope that was inspiring.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Stella. Thank you. Inspiring indeed. I think after two, they truly were inspirational. I really want to thank the two speakers that were just up here. Even though it seems like a big challenge to give an inspirational talk, right? I think all the words we heard are really something we can build upon together. So can I get one more huge round of applause for our two inspirational speakers? Thank you. We are slowly heading towards the final part of our program today. Before we do, we're going to take a short coffee break. Or a break, you don't have to drink coffee. We're just going to take a break. So we're heading to our break. We'll return here for our workshop on open source intelligence before we wrap up together. And we're going to return here at 3:45. So for everyone online as well, we're going to take a short break and we'll love to see you back at 3:45. Enjoy your break. everybody back in the room for the final workshop of today. So please return to the room. We'll wait for the final people to make their way in, and then we'll get started with our workshop. They will. Is it? Is it good? I didn't have it. It's not the coffee. Can the last people come and join us in the room? So we're going to start our workshop so the final people can make their way into the plenary area. Finish your coffees, take your waters. We'll see you inside. Stats. We want to start. I can go and get them. I will come over. Okay. Should I check here first? So, who had a great coffee break? How is the coffee? I don't drink any coffee. Is it a good coffee that we have? Well, we should ask Anwar, shouldn't we? It's good coffee, right? So, compliments to the bar. If they can hear me, they're also welcome to join the workshop if they want. So good coffee break. Who here connected with 2 people over LinkedIn or exchanged business cards today? So who exchanged with 2 people? That's good. That's good. Who connected with 3? 3 people? Who had more than 5 business cards or connected with more than 5 people? That's a lot. More than 5? That's some networking champions we have. Great. I mean, but that's what we're here for, right? You can also connect here, you can talk to people. So for those who are under 5, this is your chance, right? So there's drinks after. There's plenty of time to get at least 5 cards. Or LinkedIn invitations, right? I don't have any business cards, for example, because I always lose them. So then I decided, you know what? I was going to do LinkedIn instead. So I always count the LinkedIns that I have afterwards. So we don't need to do the cards. You can also just do LinkedIn if we want. Okay, so with that, with my networking tips, let's get started with the final workshop of the day. And I just said before to the next 2 speakers, it feels like we're just getting started, strangely enough, even though we just had a whole day. But I think that's only a good thing because it means we have plenty of energy to still discuss afterwards with each other about all of our findings. But before we do, I asked if you had a good break, so I can get started with the introductions. That's good. We have had a whole schedule today talking about FIMI, about threatening who we are. But how can we make sure to combat FIMI? And for that, our next speakers are going to give us some tools in an OSINT workshop. I didn't know what it was before, but it's open source intelligence. And for this next segment, I'm welcoming on stage Raquel Miguel Serrano, the senior researcher at EU Disinfo Lab, and Maria Giovanna Sessa, the research manager at EU Disinfo Lab. Please give them a warm welcome. sure to use the microphones and the clickers.
Work? It does. All right, so thank you to the ones who are present with us right now. We are going to present, in fact, a report. You have printed copies. I was commenting multiple times this morning how cool it is to have printed stuff. The stuff that we usually write stays on displays, which is very confusing to my mother. But yeah, so I can take home one of the printed copies. We will do our best to make this presentation interesting. We understand the challenges of doing it at the end of the afternoon. However, hopefully it's not that bad. And, okay, magic. Okay, so we prepared the report, obviously. We worked as UDISInfo on this report that is bringing together three very interesting and important concepts that I feel like are our daily work, basically. And there will be a more theoretical part about some guidelines on how to do well in this. And then my colleague will speak more in detail about the actual tools, the practical part, the toolkit, which has been mentioned many times today. So we thought we would have some surprise effect into, we're going to present examples and then we're going to say, look, you know this is IBD. However, sort of like the day sort of spoiled this for us. So I feel like this image or a different type of this image was presented earlier by Nina, for instance. This is a piece of Russian propaganda stating, here's the difference. So again, you have your strong male Russian soldier, really well armed, with a child and a woman protecting his what I assume to be traditional family. And on the other hand, you have a gay bathtub with the two Ukrainian soldiers who love each other. And spoiler alert, this is identity-based disinformation. Another example taken from a big campaign that we have been working on as well in the past, Operation Overlord, which it seems to be a trend now of malign actors to impersonate legitimate media. So this is an example. Basically, they impersonated, among many others, the Washington Post in order to influence votes for the 2024 US elections. And in this video, one of the many examples, they pretending to be the Washington Post, they said that basically gay couples had an easier, a higher likelihood of adopting children compared to straight couple, which we all know is absolutely true, especially myself coming from Italy. So this is also an example of identity-based disinformation. And here's finally the definition. I will not go through it. This is the definition that has been shared for the first time last year by EEAS in the report on FIMI and attacks on the LGBTQ+ community. So by the end of the day, I guess we can all know that it is about targeting gender, orientation, race, or ethnicity. And basically, if you take out the identity element from that definition, you have the definition of FIMI, of foreign information manipulation interference. So mostly non-illegal pattern of behavior, as usually disinformation is. It is harmful but not illegal, and it causes harm, it affects values and political processes, and it is manipulative, intentional, and coordinated, and it is conducted by state and non-state actors. And here we could have like the endless conversation about, but what is foreign and what is domestic, since, of course, these foreign actors kind of push buttons that are very sensitive already to domestic politics. A third concept, which we're bringing in today, is open source intelligence. So open source intelligence, it is, in case you don't know, it is the practice of collecting and analyzing publicly available information. The cool thing about OSINT is that anyone can do it. It's basically based on the digital footprint that we leave online, and it allows us to put the dots, bring the dots together, and to understand sometimes coordinated campaigns. So Operation Doppelganger, Operation Overlord, which we mentioned before. So yeah, these are the three concepts that we try to put together between our guidelines and our toolkit. And what I can say is that although these three concepts exist together, as we have printed evidence of it today, OSINT is something that is neutral. So it exists, of course, outside of identity-based information or of any particular topic that it might be focused on. And FIMI, I mean, not all FIMI obviously is based on identity, so these three concepts exist independently, and as we have also heard today, not all identity-based information is FIMI. So again, the intersection of this concept can create explosive results, but these three concepts also exist alone. And I will leave the stage for this slide.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So we have seen some definitions, we have seen some examples, but we want to go beyond theoretics and to enable a real impact in the fight against this threat. So with that goal in mind, we have produced these guidelines that are addressed to different collectives. So first, we have thought on the OSINT community, the disinformation researchers who are already familiar with online investigations. So our intention here is to raise awareness and give them what we have called an identity lens, meaning some advice to deal with identity-based disinformation and to consider those specific links to link to different collectives when researching FIMI. Our message here is, you know full well how to conduct investigations, but please bear this identity lens and this perspective in mind. And the alternative community that should benefit from these guidelines are the activists and even the victims of identity-based disinformation who may not be as familiar with OSINT research. We want to give them some guidance and some tools so that they are able to start by themselves one investigation, or at least to detect that they are being targets of a campaign, and to collect evidence that can serve for their investigations. And the final goal is to promote more collaboration, of course, between the research community and the activists, and to facilitate the dialogue and the sharing of information. So let's start with this identity lens.
All right. You give me the power. Okay. All right. So, as said, let's start with the guidelines, with more like the theory of it. However, I promise there will be examples. So when we started to produce these guidelines on how to conduct open source investigation on IBD FIMI, we had to look at the existing literature, which there's a few, but not a lot. And we looked at existing frameworks to study FIMI. You can see them on the screens, the frameworks to analyze the so-called TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures. And the first one, of course, is the B in the ABCD framework. So the ABCD framework stands for actors, behavior, content, degree, and effect. And of course, basically the whole personality of FIMI right now is to shift attention from content to behavior, because ultimately the behavior is what counts. And let's say that we can have a very flexible and differentiated example of what behavior looks like. A behavior can be the spreading of conspiracy theories, or it can be the use of deepfakes, or the impersonation of a media. The RED framework from the Disarm Foundation has served us well to some extent. It created a list of categories of TTPs, which allowed researchers to sort of analyze and split complex campaigns into these different little actions, into these different little TTPs, in order to understand them. And then other frameworks as the online operation skill chain by Nemo, or STIX language, which is basically a language mutated from cybersecurity intelligence. Just to give you an idea of what, for instance, okay, no, let's move on. Another other frameworks exist in terms of impact assessment. I will be back to speak at the end of the presentation about impact. There is a big conversation about impact. It's the kind of thing that like everybody speaks about, but it's very difficult to describe and also to measure the impact of these campaigns, because there is so much at stake between the online, the offline, how perceptions on the long term are altered, and how do you account for that? It's very difficult, of course. A few frameworks that have attempted speaking about impact are, again, using our friend the ABCD framework, the degree and effect, so the degree of distribution of a campaign, for instance, or the effect, the kind of concrete effects that you would have on the public. But again, these are very interesting rule of thumbs, but difficult to measure. Or what Ben Nemo has created, which is the breakout scale. The breakout scale is summarized into this graphic that you see on the screen, and it basically tries to categorize the impact and the dangerousness of an information operation, so of a whole campaign, based on its diffusion, whether it is spread on multiple platforms, whether if it reached different communities, different languages, and for instance, whether public figures amplified the campaign at some point. One example that I can give you very concrete about IBD, I think I was speaking about it with some of you earlier, but during the last federal elections in Germany, Green candidate Annalena Baerbock was the object of a massive campaign that also had some ties to Russia. And it was so huge that at some point, I would say that it would reach a category 5 on the breakout scale, because even public figures amplified some of the disinformation. So it not only reached social media, but also the mainstream media and those influencers, let's say, and opinion makers. And there are studies that actually say that to some extent this had an impact in accounting for results, or at least public perceptions towards her. So again, difficult to measure, but definitely very real. On a more modest but not less important scale, UDisinflab, and in particular our very own Raquel Miguel, developed the Impact Risk Index in order to measure the impact of single hoaxes. So we would consider elements such as, again, for a single hoax, the number of languages and social media platforms and the type of amplification that it reached, and also whether it had a call to action. If I tell you to come to the square and this happens, and of course the impact is potentially greater. So a lot of frameworks and some pros and cons. So we tried to also compile together a SWOT analysis of all of these frameworks, and let's say that the positives, the strengths of it are that we are, as a community, as we call ourselves the defender community, which I think it's kind of romantic, is increasingly moving towards standardization, which is great. Basically, all these frameworks try to translate into measurable and easy to generalize categories, simplify, of course, things that are very complex and are very different, so that we can actually account for their similarities and differences. It is interesting that we are drawing from a more advanced field, such as cybersecurity, and that basically this standardization, this use of frameworks allows us as a research community to share intelligence, to share data, and also to have sort of an historic memory. The weaknesses are that sometimes, generalization brings sometimes excessive simplification, that there can be a potential bias. Of course, we all know that if we don't look for the right, if we don't ask the right questions, that we don't get the right answers. So for instance, to have standards that do not account for the identity-based information, and that's where we come, it can be problematic, because we lose sight in this simplification of the fact that there was at some point an identity dimension, and the need to adapt continuously, because this community evolves and our knowledge of things does as well. Opportunities are to look at threat behaviors and create a framework, as we try to do, that is more focused on identity-based information, the interdisciplinarity of it, and the interdisciplinarity, which is, I think, what's very precious about this community, and the fact that we are building a stronger defender community, and basically our guidelines and our toolkit try to do this, to bring into the community even more people that are deeply affected by IBD, but maybe did not have the vocabulary or the tools in order to react. Of course, with it, and I think that this is repetitive, recurrent problem in research. Sometimes there is a multiplication of efforts. Everybody has the new framework, the new idea, the new project, and sometimes the new to-dos that they need to check out of their lists, and this can create the opposite problem of interoperability. And the fact that the beauty of open source intelligence, for instance, is that it is all open. Basically, everybody can do it. It's like Oprah, you can do it, you can do open source. But the fact is that also bad actors are very good at doing open source and then can weaponize it and can also, we have all the interest in sharing our results, but on the other hand, they sort of keep up. We send them basically daily digests of how much we know and what we're doing to follow up. And the fact that, of course, ultimately, researchers are always struggling with the limited resources and sometimes limited support, especially for marginalized communities, which can be problematic. So I will not bore you with all of this, but basically this is just to show that we did our homework and we looked at the existing standards for OSINT investigations, and in particular the one that you see on the screen, the guidelines for public interest OSINT investigations has been particularly important for us. So we tried to take inspiration from these existing guidelines that guide so many organizations of the open source community trying to do good OSINT. And we adapted them and we completed them with the identity-based dimension. And basically, this is an overview of the results. So the guidelines contain the principles, the scope and objectives, and the methodology to conduct IBD-focused public interest OSINT investigations, because public interest is what should guide research efforts. And I will go just like so that it's not just a bunch of words that are on a screen. I want to have a little focus on the principles. So these are the 5 principles on the left, and basically, so an investigation using open source and dealing with foreign interference and focusing on the strategy of targeting individuals based on their identity should be accurate, of course. It is the whole deal here is to integrate the identity lens to understand the point of view of these minorities and marginalized communities, and to have a type of research that is transparent, is replicable, and is free of biases. Of course, again, I consider this to be a form of social science, which is, not rocket science, unfortunately. So there is always the human factor brings a margin of error. However, we try our best. Community is another important principle, and the fact that here today there's proof of allyship. We saw how different organizations and individuals and people from different backgrounds, from policy, from research, from community engagement and activism are working together, and this is absolutely positive. And we also have to focus on the well-being of different individuals and different groups, of the well-being of researchers. For instance, we hear a lot in this community about vicarious trauma from being exposed to so much content, and sometimes there is a little bit of sort of the stigma of speaking about it, because if I am researching FIMI, for instance, with really gruesome imagery from a war or from gendered abuse, it feels so little in compared to the ones that are living it on their skin that basically we, as a researcher, we should not be complaining about it, while it is, of course, important to account for the effect that this has. Diversity. Stella before concluded with an invitation to diversity and inclusion, which is key, and I do agree with it. And understanding context, which is something that also Anwar told us about this morning. In fact, as researchers, we not only have to consider the identity lens, but to understand the specificity that identity has in different contexts. For instance, we speak about non-consensual imagery of women, we speak about deep fakes. However, I have no problem, for instance, in showing my hair, but imagine if I wore the hijab and there was a picture of me on the internet portraying me with my hair out. That was a deep fake. Of course, this is a form of nudification, and it can have the type of reputational and also damage, but also danger in certain societies, as we heard this morning, that should not be underestimated. So context is really everything. Accountability. Of course, OSINT is accessible to everyone potentially, but like we have to take into account ethical considerations. Just because we can do something doesn't mean that we have to, and it doesn't mean that it should be taken lightly as a decision. And we also have to acknowledge mistakes, drawbacks, and limitations, and we have to be able to speak about it openly. For instance, one of the examples that I think is in our guidelines is in 2016, WikiLeaks released 300,000 emails regarding the failed coup in Turkey. And I know that like a lot of people feel very positive about WikiLeaks. There is a sense of empowerment and of accessibility to everyone of the information that they leak. However, this created a surge of violence and harassment towards women who were basically doxxed by those emails, and probably those who shared them did not consider the problem of accountability. And finally, balance and responsibility, because again, we have to account for a trade-off between the right to access information, the free speech also, and the right to privacy. Again, it's undeniable that sometimes publishing some information has consequences, so we should always remember the individuals behind it and be very, very careful. I don't want to go into too much detail with the, for instance, methodology, but just to give you an idea, a methodological project when it comes to OSINT can be complex. There are legal constraints, there is a risk assessment, and there is also a need to understand the not only the tools that we're using, but also the platforms really where this is happening, which usually is online platforms. So legal constraints vary from GDPR and other legal frameworks. There is a typo on the slide. Risk assessment, we need to consider again the well-being of the investigative team, of the people that we are also targeting with, like calling out, and of course any third parties involved. And platform policies are key. To understand them is to understand basically the legal battleground where most of the things that we're looking for are happening, and the opportunities and limits. And with this we have legislation such as the Digital Services Act and potentially the AI Act, which can be very good instruments, and also terms of services of platforms. And right now, for these two topics of IBD and FIMI, the terms of service that we look to the most are the definitions of influence operations of platforms, and also hate speech, because ultimately, although hate speech is illegal and disinformation is usually not, and it's usually what we call the awful but lawful. The only things in writing on platform policies that speak about identity, about gender, about race, about sexual orientation are in fact the policies on free speech, although at UDisinfo we definitely advocate for the inclusion of identity-based disinformation into the terms of services of platforms, just like, for instance, health disinformation is prohibited by platforms. This is my last slide, I believe. For now, I will be back. These are the 5 Ws, the 5 questions that we asked ourselves, and that we tried to give an answer to with the tools that Raquel will present. So we have, in any investigation, any open source investigation on IBD and FIMI, we have to look at the who, so the perpetrators, the targets, and the audiences. These are like the 3 levels, and sometimes they overlap. For instance, the perpetrators, of course, are usually our average foreign forces. So we've spoken a lot about Russia, but also China and Iran, and others. And the targets that are like the individuals or organizations are being targeted based on their identity, and the audiences also. And sometimes these 2 categories can overlap, sometimes they don't. For instance, if we think about disinformation regarding reproductive rights and all the garbage that there is online about pills pretending to reverse abortions and trying to guilt young women into acquiring them, we can see see that the targets and the audience of this information overlap. In other times, just as in the picture shown earlier about trying to negatively portray Ukrainian soldiers, sometimes, I mean, they do not overlap. Obviously, it is to influence negatively public opinion about Ukraine or other cases. The what is the threat behaviors, so no need to go more into detail with that. The where is the mapping of online threats. Again, the where for us is mostly social media platforms or websites. The when that we need to take into account is the timing and events. Already with the EEAS report last year about FIMI and LGBTQ, we were called to attention on how this information spikes during events such as, in this case, we saw the Olympics, but other moments, gay pride parades, and so on. And the why, which I think has been mentioned many times today, the objectives, which is ultimately to discredit communities and to silence them and to have them leave the public conversation. And with this, I will leave the floor to Raquel.
Thank you, Maria Giovanna. So we have seen that in order to map the online ecosystem of identity-based disinformation, we need to answer these questions. And we have some tools that can help us with this task. We have organized those tools in different categories to help guide you to finding the answers. So this is not a rigid structure. This is just a guide. We will see the tools now, and we will circle back to the graphic at the end of the presentation, so you can see how all this match. So let's get started. As I said, we have organized the tools in 5 different categories. First, the tools to archive content. Tools to assess if there is coordination in a disinformation campaign, tools to verify authenticity, tools to identify the sources, to know who is behind the campaign, and tools to measure the impact of a campaign, considering the limitations that Maria Giovanna has already mentioned. We will see a small portion of the tools here, but you have a complete list of them in the report, and where we have also included some repositories of OSINT tools. So the first set of tools that we provide doesn't serve per se investigation purposes, but they are fundamental to any research process. So we must understand that archiving content is crucial, and it's crucial because we need evidence to support our investigations, and because content on the internet is fluid. It appears and disappears. It jumps from one platform to another one. It's been deleted. So we cannot take the risk that the content is deleted and we lose the evidence. So the second thing to bear in mind here is that we cannot just take screenshots. And this is very important because screenshots are very easy to manipulate and are not accepted as a serious evidence in a case that we have to build a case and bring into the court. So let's see how to archive content to minimize the manipulation risk. So if you want to archive web pages, there are plenty of tools, and probably you know them already. We have chosen to show the process. One of the best known ones is Archive Today. You can find this tool with different extensions, and the process is very straightforward. So just paste the URL in the red box, and you will get the archived version. And if you want to check if somebody else has already archived the same website, just go to the black box instead and check if there is an archive link. So sometimes archiving content is not so easy as it seems from this slide. So probably you will have to test a lot of different tools until you get your archive link. But yeah, it's a question of managing frustrations. And things can be a bit more complex when archiving social media content, especially videos when they are embedded in the publication. So we have left you in the paper a list of tools that you can use to download the videos first from different platforms, and after this process, you can archive them. And it's also possible, in case you need it, to archive entire websites or sessions using tools such as a web recorder. This is a bit more advanced, so we will not go into the detail here, but just for you to know that if you need to record a full session to keep the record of your investigation or of an online conversation, you can do it. So, second step here, after archiving. First thing we have to know is that we are dealing with a single piece of disinformation, or we are in front of a coordinated attack or campaign, such as FIMI. So there are many indicators that can point to coordination. I will not go through all of them, but it's important to know that you will be able to detect them with a combination of observational and technical skills. So everything is not about the tools. I will give you some examples. For instance, commonalities in content and timing of publication is some of the most obvious evidence of coordination. However, evidence indicating connection among different accounts and common technical infrastructure are even stronger evidence. There are as well some tools that help to collect, integrate, and map and visualize data in order to better detect coordination. We have indicated Maltego or Cytoscape, but there are other ones, and you can find the full guide in our report. So, okay. For instance, here we can see an example. We can check if there are accounts posting the same content, including in different languages, or have the same or similar profile pictures, or if they are posting at the same time, as you can see in the example. Another indication would be that these accounts are publicating similar content, and they have been created, the accounts have been created at a similar time. We have checked it in the example you can see above, using one tool that is very useful, and I would like, if you go out with a tool in your mind today, I would like it will be the INVIT We Verified verification plugin, because it's one of the most complete tools that we have to research different aspects of disinformation. So here, for instance, we have checked how one specific term has been spread over time, and we have seen that there was a peak of mentions, and from this, we checked that the accounts spreading this post were created at the same time, and from there we can infer some degree of coordination. A disclaimer here is that the social network analysis of this tool is limited. As you know, since X restrictions were in place in July last year, so we just can't have the data published before that date. Okay, in order to search for similarities in the published content, the most straightforward method is to conduct advanced or customized searches. We can conduct very specific searches on Google using the Google Docs, which are search queries or techniques that allow filtering, limiting, and refining our searches very much. For instance, if we want to look for content on a specific site or in a specific format. So in the example below, we are using the dark site to look for posts on X mentioning the concept Guy Ropa. We can also conduct advanced searches on social media platforms, as you know, such as X, or we can use paid tools such as Meltwater, where we can search for specific content on different platforms and media and see how it has been spread. And from there, we can get some hints about potential coordination between the people who are publishing this. Two disclaimers here. First, content is not just about text and narratives. It's also about hashtag, links, images, or memes. And second, the fact that different accounts are publishing the same content is not definitive proof of coordination. It's just one more piece of evidence. A stronger piece of evidence of coordination is the sharing of a tech infrastructure, such as IPs or Google IDs. A very useful tool, the second one I would like you to keep in mind today is this one, DNSlytics, that allows to spot these technical commonalities in quite an easy way with reverse lookups. So if you have any technical or non-technical piece of information, a domain, an IP, a Google code from analytics, you paste it in the search box and the tool will provide you with a list of domains that could be connected that way. In the image below, you can see one real example of one of our investigations where we connected to domains that were using the same Google Analytics ID. So again, this is just another piece of the puzzle. We have seen how to archive content and how to look for coordination. But now we have to see if there is manipulative practices in place or if there is disinformation. So we will try to assess authenticity or inauthentic practices that can imply that false content and disinformation or misinformation is being disseminated, but it can also imply that inauthentic actors are operating, meaning people with false identities. Those could be like made-up identities or also impersonated identities. And inauthenticity can imply as well that deceptive or manipulative practices are in place. For instance, simulating false engagement with a piece of content. My first recommendation here is to go to the fact-checking databases, such as the one you can see in the screen, to see if the content has just been flagged as false. And this way, if you find that this is debunked content, you will have direct evidence of disinformation being spread. There are other indicators of inauthenticity. I took this table from a report published by my colleague Ana Romero about how to detect coordinated inauthentic behavior, where you can find an extensive guidelines of indicators of inauthenticity and coordination as well. Okay, so one of the easiest and most effective steps to assess inauthenticity is to conduct a reverse image search. Starting from an image, you can see if it has appeared online before and where. So by finding the original one, you can also assess if the one you are dealing with has been doctored or taken out of context. This is what we did with this image. It's from Leah Thomas, a trans swimmer who was victim to disinformation during the Olympics. We conducted a reverse image search and we could verify that the original picture was different from the one we were dealing with, and we could conclude that we were in front of a doctored image. You can conduct this search in many search engines, such as Google, Bing, and others, but there is a way to conduct a simultaneous search in all those listed in the screen, and it's, again, with our Embed We Verify plugin. If you download it, you will be able to hover the mouse over an online picture, right-click, and choose the multiple search option. A disclaimer here maybe is that Yandex is not a very accurate search engine right now. And again, this is a very, very simple step, but you cannot imagine how many hoaxes are being debunked in this simple way. And a bonus tip, you can apply this method not just to research images appearing in the content of a post, but also to profile pictures to detect inauthentic actors and to spot inauthentic accounts spreading disinformation. And even more interesting is that you can apply this method as well to research videos, because again, the InVidWe verified plugin has a tool to split a video into keyframes, and the reversed image search can be applied to those individual keyframes and detect the same falsities in a video. Just to mention that other options to assess an image authenticity are conducting a forensic analysis and looking for metadata, which is data about data. We have explained these options in the report, but we will not delve into them here. So, okay. Of course, when mentioning inauthenticity, we'd remiss not to mention AI manipulated or generated content. There are tools to assess if a piece of content has been AI generated. I will mention again the InVidWe verified tool. It has two different features to detect deepfakes and synthetic images. The tool, these features are still in beta. And there are plenty of tools being developed right now in the market, but there is not a perfect tool still. So here my recommendation is just to be diligent, to check the same content over and over again with different tools, and even to check different sources of the same content with the different tools. Because here, for instance, we can see how exactly the same content, the same video, taken from different sources on YouTube, gave us different results in the tool. So there is not a perfect tool, and the more tools and cross-checks, the better. Next step in our research process is to look for the source of the hoax of the campaign. To be clear, this is the most challenging and difficult part, because it will be very difficult to know if we have found the original source. And another important disclaimer here, endorsement doesn't mean attribution. So maybe you can find accounts spreading a message, but they are not the creators or the masterminds of the campaign. However, we have some advice to get as closer as possible to the original source. The first thing I can say is that if we are looking for FIMI, first indicator could be foreign names in the accounts spreading disinformation, traces of third languages, poor translations, and metadata indicating that the time zone where the content is being produced from is different from our own time zone. So to get closer to the original source, what can we do? First, we should focus our investigations on the accounts spreading the host first or before others. We must as well explore the accounts with the most connections and influence. Maybe consulting the databases, fact-checking the databases that we have seen before can help determining the propagation loop as well. And we have to conduct cross-platform searches. This is very, very important. And of course, we have to consider content analysis and visual observation. And then we will investigate the publicly available data that we have. We will try to hunt the source by continuing the investigation using this data. And depending on the data we have, we can use different tools. We have listed them as well in the report, and here I can show you a couple of them. If we have usernames, we can check if they have been used on other platforms or with other purposes, with tools such as NameCheck. If we have names or pictures of people, we can just go to search engines or to registries and have a try. If we have emails or telephone numbers, we can use tools such as Epiteos. You can see it on the screen, but there are plenty of tools, you know. If we have websites, IPs, domains, you can use the Analytics or the other tools you already know, such as Whois, probably the most famous one to investigate domains and websites. And yeah, there is plenty of tools allowing to conduct these kind of investigations based on open source data. But I think my colleague will come now with a disclaimer here.
Yes, so very briefly, just because we don't want you to go saying that Disinfo Lab is teaching you how to snoop up on people, please, if you are planning on doing open source intelligence and to publish something with it, compile a privacy impact assessment. It is as boring as it sounds, but it will probably save you a lawsuit, and there are multiple templates online. So again, just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should or that you should not consider the ethical effects. So again, conduct research if it is, can you go back to 1 second? So I still don't know by heart the slide. To establish if you have public or legitimate interest to do the research. So if you are, you know, looking up information on your ex, maybe don't publish it because it's not really public interest, but, and don't, yeah. Comply with GDPR, be very mindful of this. Learn and study for the occasion how to deal with the data that you're collecting. The fact that the data is out there and is open source doesn't mean that you can keep it like stored in your computer without any consequences. You will probably need to anonymize it or use pseudonyms and to like extract, for instance, what you're looking at. For instance, I don't know, the identity dimension, but maybe you are not able to keep names and surnames of people. You have to consider also an appropriate data retention period. You cannot keep it forever. And in sometimes, not always, but in some situations, you need to also inform subjects about what you're doing. Most of the times you don't, but that's, yeah. And put in place, of course, appropriate safeguards for special categories, especially as we are today discussing with very vulnerable and delicate groups. So consider, again, the IBD dimension, and I will just remind of the previous example about WikiLeaks and how something that was probably even meant well or was not really thought through led to very bad consequences, especially for women. Oh, it's me. So last but not least, the impact. So again, I think that I sort of gave it away earlier, but there are no easy tools. I mean, there are never easy tools, but there are no easily accessible tools as the one that Raquel very well described to measure impact, because again, like once again in this community, we cannot agree on a definition of impact, which is not a bad thing, it's just as it is because there are so many elements at stake. As I mentioned before, the breakout scale is a pretty good tool, at least to know what to look for in influence operations. The impact risk index for single OAKSs might also be useful, and it will translate into one of the four little pieces of that pyramid, considering if a single OAKS has low to alarming impact, if again it calls for action and is spread across different platforms and languages and whatnots. And there are, of course, paid social media monitoring tools. So again, I think that like open source is something really that most of the community has self-thought, and it's a bunch of nerds who just found out how far they could go with the internet. So a lot of tools that are thought for something else, such as, for instance, social media monitoring used by, I don't know, marketing agencies, for instance, can be very useful when doing OSINT. But of course, some of these tools are paid, and sometimes there are increasingly restrictions due to platform API restrictions and lack of access to data, which takes us to our, first of all, but again, can you move on to the next slide, please? Because about this whole consideration, I know that it's frustrating not to have probably a simple answer as to impact like other tools. But again, it is very important to measure for it, but let's beware of what we could call the illusion of metrics. And I just want to read a quote of Kate Starbird, interviewed by Thomas Reid for the book Active Measure, which is a very good read, which I recommend. That is, measuring the actual impact of trolling an online influence campaign is probably impossible, but the difficulty of measuring impact doesn't mean that there isn't meaningful impact. So sometimes, again, we don't have an answer, but that doesn't mean that it's not there. And for how cryptic that would be, I move on to the next and final slide about, first a recap.
Yes, now that we have seen all the tools and the steps to take, let's cycle back to the initial chart to have a complete overview and to understand better how these guidelines work. So first, archiving tools are key to preserve evidence. If we want to find the perpetrators of a campaign, we can rely on our set of source assessment tools, while impact assessment tools will help to understand who the targets and the audiences are. All the tools categories can be useful to learn something about the tactics and the strategies of a campaign. Coordination and source tools will help us to better map the online spaces, while the impact assessment will give us some hints on the timing and the events weaponized to launch the campaign, and also about the possible objectives. As mentioned, this structure is not rigid. Please take us a guidelines. Some tools can give us unexpected hints and indicators, and it will be many overlappings, but at least there is a way to start. And let us wrap up with some basic conclusions. First of all, researchers must map and adapt constantly to new challenges and to evolving ecosystem to avoid that identity-based disinformation goes undetected. Second, collaboration between different stakeholders is very important, but also with the ones at the stage. So the victims, the targets, the activists have a very important role here. Let's give everyone a voice.
And finally, access to data is crucial. A lot of this doesn't happen if we don't get access to data. This is, again, there is no presentation where I don't mention Article 40 of the DSA, so here's my moment, and we will see how what it looks like when the delegated acts become reality. However, we do need, as researchers, the possibility to access data, and right now, unfortunately, the situation is looking kind of grim with the latest restrictions from platforms. Adhere to legal and ethical standards. I feel like I've mentioned this enough, but be smart. And prioritize, of course, the transparency, the openness. This is what OSINT is all about, and also the interoperability. The cool thing is that we have a lot of experts from very different backgrounds coming together and having the possibility to speak about these topics and use these instruments. And the need to balance, of course, our need to generalize, to standardize, to sort of leave a legacy also for the future, because some things that are overly detailed right now probably will not matter to the same extent a few years from now, but still we want to be sensitive to identity-specific experiences. We want to remember we are doing all of this, starting from archiving, exactly for this purpose. And finally, which is hopefully our goal today that we contributed to, we want to promote whole of society resilience and information integrity. Thank you so much. I don't know if there's time for questions, but yeah. There is, okay.
There is.
We're not escaping that, okay.
I mean, can we get a round of applause first? Thank you so much. You were absolutely amazing. I saw lots of people taking pictures as well, so that's always a good sign. Is there any questions coming from the room for this duo about their research? I'm checking, so if anyone has a question online, also feel free to pitch in. And do let us know if you have any questions. We have one in the room over here. Spotted, someone's coming to you with a microphone. There we go.
Hi. My question is about if we develop a tool and how to can be in this presentation for the future, for example. Tool also for working to counter misdisinformation.
Well, that's amazing. It's the gift that keeps on giving this opportunity. So I think that for now we prioritize tools that were out there and that were free most of all, with a few exceptions, but just because, I mean, for instance, tools such as meltwater are so useful, so you cannot not mention that. But yeah, I mean, we would always be open to have a follow-up, a new report to update the tools, and also beyond that to stay in touch, and we should definitely exchange contacts. So,
thank you.
Thank you for your question. Is there another question coming from the room? Otherwise, I would be happy to ask you a final question as well. So your research is really extensive, all the details that we went through. I can imagine as well, we have the handout, but it's quite extensive, right? So say we want to bring this to our teams or bring this to the people we work with. How do we start explaining how to use this? What are some small steps do we start with? Do we read through the report, for example? Do we do a workshop on it? How can we start working with this effectively?
Definitely read the report. That's the first one, and it's absolutely mandatory because, yeah. But I don't know. I think that there are many ways, and maybe Raquel can follow up on this. But so again, I think that it sounds funny, but it's really true. Like OSINT started as a bunch of people who were curious about how far they could go online and what was out, and they either got smart and used existing tools that maybe were also meant for something else, or developed new ones. So with this in mind, it is really something that is accessible to everyone, of course with different degrees of expertise. I'm not a very technical person on this regard, but you can start playing around with a bunch of the tools that are listed on the report. I think that's a good start, and sometimes one thing leads to the other. And I have to say that, I mean, I think that Raquel and I are always open to have more trainings and workshops or to answer questions. It's a very welcoming and warm community, and there are also a lot of resources online that are freely available, and a lot of good people on YouTube that explain in very good detail how to navigate some of these tools. That's basically how I got a PhD. So
I would add that a good way to start could be go to the questions we have raised in our chart summarizing the report. Pick a piece of information or something that sounds suspicious, and let's give a try and give the answer that questions using the different tools we have listed. But try to start answering those questions, starting from a very specific piece of whatever suspicious piece of content you have in front of you.
Great. So I think what I hear from both of you is start playing with it, try some things, and see where you can start even with a small piece of information, right? Okay. I think I would like to thank you so much again. Can we get one more huge round of applause for the OSINT research? Thank you so much, both of you. Thank you. Also, an invitation, so their details are up on the screen. Do find them afterwards as well if you have any questions. If there's any questions online, you can still ask them, and we'll make sure that they end up to be answered as well. And that concludes our day. Didn't that go fast? I thought it went fast. And we still have some space, right? No, we're really closing up. So this was our final two speakers, and I can't close up by myself. So in order to do so, I'd like to welcome back on stage our incredible moderator of today. He did amazing. But also the head of Information Integrity and Countering Foreign Manipulation Interference Division from the EEAS. I said that really quick. Can we welcome back Filip Segorzewski?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Danielle. It's been a long day, but really worth it. And I see that you've changed your shoes.
I did. I really tried, but I was walking too much.
Running.
Yeah.
I've learned a new word. Broligarchy. And I was excited. I was hoping to be part of it. But then I was told that, A, it's not a good thing to be part of it. B, by the fact that I came here, that I was on stage, 25% of men, 75% of women, I don't qualify. So that was, actually not a disappointment, but a learning for me, proligarchy. But being serious, I would like to really thank Bea and the whole amazing team of the FIMI division for pulling it off together with our partners. I'm really, really grateful for the work that you've done. It's amazing. That's another year when you're capable intellectually, but also having enough energy and resilience to produce a report that is an added value for the community. This is what I'm hearing from people in the room. And that's a practical tool for everyone to use. So big thanks and a round of applause for Bea and the team. Thank you. And then this is well deserved. And big thanks also to the speakers, to everyone who committed their time, their effort to prepare yourself and to come over. Daniel, thank you for guiding it and being, the good spirit of bringing people in from the coffee breaks. What I'm also taking out from this meeting is that the identity-based disinformation is a national security issue. Well, we started more or less from a kind of NGO angle, human rights. But then it took us to seeing it as a truly national security issue, and we should address it as one. It came up in a number of presentations. Marie Doha was also making the point about that. So that's a big finding for me. Then another one that I'm taking away is that these narratives, the TTPs, are transferable. That they appear in one place and then somehow they are used by the threat actors in another place to target different identities. And again, for us, for the community, for the EEAS, that's something that helps us actually when we know it to defend ourselves and to respond. So that's my second finding. The third one is that personal attacks, identity-based, are often political. Then they have, of course, consequences for the private life, and we've heard powerful stories about that, but they are politically motivated. The good thing is that the online space is broad enough for all of us to use it. So let's use it. We are quite a strong and powerful community. I'm really impressed by the energy, by the different angles through which, or from which we look at disinformation at FIMI. So there is a message of optimism there. With the new tool, thank you, Bea, we are coming out well equipped. So thank you very much for a day well spent. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Should we close up for the drinks? I think it's time. We waited long enough, so
drinks time.
It's drinks time for sure. So one more time, we'd really like to thank all of the speakers here today and the organization. Can we get a huge round of applause? But also everyone of you joining us today and the people that were here online, thank you for joining us as well. So a huge round of applause for yourselves as well. And now I promise we're going to drinks. We have drinks until 7 o'clock. So make sure what I told you, at least 5 people, right, connect with. Take your time in connecting. We'll be here until 7 o'clock. And thank you so much for today.